Order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess of the committee at any time. As a reminder, I ask all members to keep themselves muted when they are not being recognized. This will minimize disturbances while members are asking questions of our witnesses. The staff have been instructed to mute members except where a member is not being recognized and there is inadvertent background noise. Members are also reminded that they may only participate in one remote proceeding at a time. If you are participating today, please keep your camera on, and if you choose to attend a different remote proceeding, please turn your camera off. If members wish to be recognized during the hearing, please identify yourself by name to facilitate recognition. I would also ask members to be patient as the chair proceeds, given the nature of conducting committee business virtually. And so now I will yield to myself 5 minutes for an opening statement. 4 minutes for an opening statement. This hearing is entitled Justice for All, Achieving Racial Equity Through Fair Access to Housing and Financial Services. Today, we're here to discuss steps that this committee can take to create justice and achieve racial equity through access to fair housing and financial services. But for us to even begin this discussion, it's very important to recognize that our nation's history is marked by grave injustices against people of color. From the enslavement of people of African descent, to the displacement and subjugation of Native people, to the internment of Japanese Americans, to the exploitation and mistreatment of immigrants and migrant workers, to name some examples. And no matter where you are and who you are in America or around the world, institutional racism based on skin color creates barriers that impact social and economic outcomes. It is an unfortunate truth that such injustices persist today, including in the form of barriers that systemically exclude people and communities of color from fair access to housing and home ownership, from access to credit, capital, and other financial services, and from opportunities to lead and direct economic policy at the highest levels of the United States government and major corporations. All of these barriers have drastically curtailed opportunities for communities of color to build wealth and thrive in our society. For example, a 2018 report by Revel News found that modern-day redlining persisted in 61 metro areas, even when controlling for applicants' income. Just last month, the media reported that after a Black couple restaged their housing to look like a white family lived there, the appraisal value of their home increased by 50%. A 2019 FDIC report revealed that even though unbanked rates are at the lowest since they started their survey in 2009, unbanked rates remain the highest for Black and Latinx households. Without access to address these and other disparities, the racial wealth gap will just continue to widen. Communities of color have seen these barriers grow stronger during the COVID-19 pandemic. Data shows that minority-owned businesses have shuttered more than their white-owned counterparts and have experienced more challenges accessing federal financial relief. Racist hate crimes against our Asian neighbors have also skyrocketed during the pandemic. It is also unacceptable that the government leadership will oversee economic policy and financial regulation, and corporate leaders are not reflective of America's racial and ethnic diversity, which may exclude perspectives from people of color who have historically been disadvantaged. There has still never been a Black chair of the Securities and Exchange Commission or a Black chair of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. And in the early months of this year, 2 Black women have been placed at the helm as CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, the only 2 Black women among 40 women running America's largest corporations. So I'm very pleased that members of the committee are putting forth legislation that taken together would make our housing and financial systems fairer and more equitable, including by providing down payment assistance for first-generation home buyers, strengthening minority lending institutions, and requiring diverse candidate slates for senior positions. I look forward to discussing these and other measures today. And I now recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 4 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman Waters. And let me begin by being very clear. Racism is real. We all know that the way to fix a problem is to acknowledge it, to understand it, to address it. So that's what we're going to try to do today within our committee's jurisdiction. So let's just start with the facts. Over the last several decades, we've seen Congress act to make credit and housing discrimination on the basis of race illegal. That's good. That's strong. That's a good start. And in recent years, our economic system has brought us the best results for Americans across the board. In September 2019, African-American unemployment reached a record low of 5.5%. Hispanic unemployment dropped to 3.9%, and Asian-American unemployment dropped to 2.5%. We saw average income on the rise. We finally saw median income for every race rise. This isn't theoretical. This is real, tangible improvement. Let me be clear, this does not mean that every family benefited from these improvements, but the pre-pandemic data shows that there is significant improvement for communities of color and all communities. Now, a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic has erased many of these gains for millions of Americans. The question is, how do we help those most in need? In the short term, it's getting Americans safely back to work, kids back to the classroom, and targeted COVID relief to the families that need it. It's not helicopter money. It's not pushing out a Biden stimulus package, which only 9% goes to defeating the virus. Now we have Democrats working on their next $1 trillion package. These things are not how we should address the problem. We need to first understand the problem and work for solutions to fix it. As we exit the pandemic, we should look for long-term solutions to get Americans back to the prosperity they felt before COVID. It wasn't unlimited stimulus that brought us the best economy of our lifetimes. It was full employment. It was rising wages. It was freedom to choose what was best for your family. It was our economic system. Actually, the same economic system that many Democrats are saying is so irredeemable today. You don't get rid of the car when your engine light comes on, check engine light comes on. You try to fix the problem. That's what we need to do today, is to understand the nature of the problem, where it's happening, where it's occurring, and look for solutions to fix it. To start, racism of any kind is unacceptable, and it should be rooted out anywhere it occurs. Next, we must make it our mission to ensure all students have access to an education that will set them up for success. During our recent committee markup, Republicans offered amendments to give money to schools that actually had a plan to reopen. But our Democrat colleagues blocked those efforts. We should also eliminate the barriers that keep lower income Americans from saving and investing in their future. Unfortunately, the bills Democrats attached to today's hearings resemble a grab bag of long-held priorities rather than targeted solutions to address the problem. I hope that today we can do more listening than speaking, a lot more learning when we're open to hearing about the nature of the problem and the potential solutions. So, Madam Chair, I look forward to this, the discussion today, and I thank you for holding today's hearing, and I thank the witnesses for taking time out of their busy schedules to help make Congress better policymakers. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, Ms. Beatty, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, for tackling racism in housing and financial services. We must do all we can to ensure that women and people of color have equitable access to home ownership and financial service products and services. Also, thank you for your leadership ensuring that $25 billion in housing is included in today's American Rescue Plan. The statistics and research show us that we must continue to challenge financial institutions to provide more access to capital to minority and women-owned businesses. The future of the United States economy depends on the full economic inclusion of all Americans. Diversity, equity, and inclusion must be at the core of our strategic plan to rebuild the American economy, and it continues with this hearing today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Wagner, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. As the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, Chairwoman Beatty and I have spent the past 2 years on this committee seeking to ensure that low-income families have access to the formal banking system so that they can support their families by saving and investing. As childcare and higher education costs skyrocket above the rate of inflation, home prices become far more expensive than even 2 decades ago, and interest rates fall. We must partner together to address these challenges, lower costs, and help families thrive. Access to safe and affordable financial services is critical, especially among families with limited wealth, whether they are looking to invest in education, start a business, or simply to manage the ups and downs of life. I thank you for this hearing. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I want to welcome today's distinguished witnesses to the committee. First, Nikitra Bailey, who is Executive Vice President at the Center for Responsible Lending. And next we have Paulina Gonzalez-Brito, who is the Executive Director at the California Reinvestment Coalition. Next, we have Rashad Robinson, who is President of Color of Change. Then John C. Yang, who is President and Executive Director of Asian Americans Advancing Justice. Rowe, who is President and co-founder of Vertex Partnership Academies. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. Each of you will have 5 minutes to summarize your testimony. You should be able to see a timer on your screen that will indicate how much time you have left, and a chime will go off at the end of your time. I would ask you to be mindful of the timer and quickly wrap up your testimony if you hear the chime. Ms. Bailey, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Good morning, Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify for today's hearing. I am an Executive Vice President of the Center for Responsible Lending, an affiliate of Self-Help, one of the nation's largest community economic development lenders. The reckoning on racial injustice continues in our country today. Our nation's discriminatory housing policies are at the root of many of the systemic injustices that have sparked so many people-led protests. Our nation's economic structure, derived from forceful land dispossession, slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, predatory lending, and now COVID-19. From the Homestead Act of 1862 to New Deal housing policies, economic subsidies were created for white families, and the federal government subsidized the mass production of suburbs while builders and restrictive covenants barred Black Americans and other people of color from purchasing homes. White Americans have been handed an unjust advantage in amassing wealth and in building a financial cushion that enables them to weather financial storms. This structural and historic discrimination left families of color more vulnerable going into the 2008 housing crisis, and that crisis and the response to it left them even worse off. Black and Hispanic communities lost over $1 trillion of wealth during the Great Recession, because the help came too late and well after foreclosures unnecessarily devastated neighborhoods. This crisis is likewise hitting these families the hardest again, and the response so far is not equitable or sufficient. Most important, we have to address the long-term structural flaws that produce and perpetuate this inequity. Discrimination is a drag on the economy. It costs trillions of dollars and delays economic growth. Studies show that the economy can actually grow by $1 trillion per year, create thousands of jobs, and generate $400 billion in tax revenues if discrimination is addressed. Much work remains in the financial services industry to ensure equity for Black and Brown communities. The system's success depends on equitable treatment for families long denied access, especially in the mortgage market. Today's mortgage market serves only the wealthiest of borrowers, despite ongoing support from the Federal Reserve, with purchases of $40 billion in agency mortgage-backed securities per month. Hardworking families, many of whom are employed as essential workers and have placed their lives on the line during the pandemic, are unable to refinance their mortgages and lower their monthly payments to offset COVID's losses. Families are being crushed under the weight of student loan debt, with Black families seeing their debt increasing significantly post-graduation and Hispanic students more likely to rely on private loans and to drop out before completing their education. The Paycheck Protection Program is likely to amount to one of the greatest taxpayer-funded wealth transfers in the history of the nation, as the first-in-line nature of the program excluded many small businesses of color from the initial round of $350 billion in funding, raising significant fair lending concerns about the program's structural defects. A new social contract is necessary to allow today's essential workers to thrive. Policies need to include a restorative justice homeownership program that targets down payment grants to first-generation homebuyers who are disproportionately Black and Brown, increasing the supply of affordable housing for low to moderate income homebuyers, and the availability of small dollar mortgage loans. Strengthening the GSE's affordable housing goals. Fannie and Freddie have woefully unfulfilled their statutory obligations to ensure adequate mortgage opportunities in communities of color. Further, we need to fully enforce our nation's fair lending laws, as they are the engine that can ignite the economy through the use of special purpose credit programs that can help lenders reach underserved borrowers. We need to address the burden of student loan debt, starting with the cancellation of $50,000 per student. And then we also need to make sure that the Paycheck Protection Program, which will expire at the end of March, is extended to enable many of the very smallest of small businesses get the chance to get full loans under the recently fixed Schedule C solution. There are many lessons that our past has taught us. Chief among them is that if we want to reach the ceiling, we've got to lift up the floor. Action is needed now so that our children are free of discrimination's burdens. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bailey. Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, Member McHenry, and the committee for the invitation to join you today in this important hearing. Good morning. My name is Paulina Gonzalez-Brito. I am the Executive Director of the California Reinvestment Coalition. I am Purépecha, Mestiza, Chicana. My people come from the original peoples of Michoacán and Zacatecas, Mexico. My abuelito, my grandfather, born in the U.S., repatriated to the U.S. after being deported from Arizona in the 1930s. He was then lucky enough to buy a home in Southeast Los Angeles. The neighborhood where he bought a home was designated yellow in the HUD redlining map, which was used to indicate areas that were under threat, and I quote, under threat of infiltration by Mexicans. We were the Mexicans they were worried about. Over time, as more Mexicans moved in, that yellow area was zoned industrial. A Chevron oil plant is now located just a couple of blocks from my abuelito's home. The U.S. banking system has failed Black, Indigenous, and people of color. This failure is not an accident, but a deliberate structural and systemic design. The myth of personal agency and bootstraps easily falls apart when we begin to look closely. You see, some of us don't have bootstraps. They were cut off when we were denied intergenerational wealth through historical redlining, which has resulted in a white homeownership rate 30 points higher than Black homeownership rates and 26 points higher than Latinx homeownership rates. Yet our people, like my abuelito, persisted. And if some of us choose to take out a loan to buy some bootstraps to pull ourselves up during a time of crisis, we face more barriers. A study released recently found that predominantly Latinx neighborhoods in Los Angeles, which were especially hard hit by COVID, received $367 in PPP loan money per resident compared to $666 per resident in white neighborhoods. Yet, against all odds, Latinx small businesses do all they can to keep their doors open. Some of us had our bootstraps stolen off our feet through the subprime mortgage crisis. Latinx and Black households experienced a loss of wealth far greater than white households. The wealth made up of millions of foreclosed homes, homes that once belonged to families, were then transferred to Wall Street corporations. Now, the largest corporate landlords control more than 2 million apartment units across the U.S. These corporations have amassed $300 billion for the prospect of purchasing pandemic-hit real estate and have filed to evict more than 16,000 people, 16,000 in the first 2 months of 2021. Black and brown families and small businesses who tend to have less wealth to absorb the economic crisis will face higher rates of eviction and permanent closure. So what to do? Well, it's going to take more than taking a knee. Race-conscious policy is the solution, starting with the Community Reinvestment Act. The CRA came into being to directly address the racist history of redlining, but it has been interpreted to focus only on income. To finally address redlining as was intended, the CRA must evaluate how and if banks are meeting credit and financial service needs by race and ethnicity. Additionally, all financial institutions should be subject to periodic racial equity audits. These audits should analyze the following: diversity hiring, mitigation and reparation efforts for discrimination and harm inflicted upon communities of color, and whether bank lobbying efforts advance or impede racial equity, and if banks are supporting the political fortunes of white supremacists. We also need to increase housing security. Federal agencies and banks should develop policies that prioritize home preservation, but where foreclosures cannot be avoided, they should favor property donations or discounted sales to community land trusts and nonprofit affordable housing developers instead of Wall Street. We should rehabilitate the Weekend Home Mortgage Disclosure Act so that we know if banks are lending to people of color. And similarly, we need to advance fair lending by securing a strong Section 1071 small data collection rule. And to fight discrimination effectively, we need strong fair housing and fair lending rules and enforcement by CFPB, HUD, DOJ, and the banking agencies utilizing disparate impact analysis. Lastly, we need to bank the unbanked and underbanked. The big banks have shown they won't do it. So now we must promote public and postal banking to fill this critical gap. We must demand that the financial system take responsibility for compounding racial harm perpetuated by the financial system, where every indignity and offense exacerbates pre-existing indignities and offenses. To not do so continues to allow it to predetermine outcomes for Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your question.
Gonzalez-Brito. Thank you. You are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
I'd have to say that again.
I'm unmuted.
Can you repeat that?
Mr. Robinson, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. This hearing concerns one of the most enduring challenges this nation faces, making racial justice a priority and a reality in both our economic and political systems. My name is Rashad Robinson. I am the president of Color of Change, the nation's largest online racial justice organization, driven by over 7 million members. From Silicon Valley and Hollywood to Wall Street and the whole of Congress, we work to move leaders in both corporations and government to create a more just, human, and less hostile world for Black people and all people in America. Inequality isn't unfortunate like a car accident. Inequality is unjust because it is manufactured. It is manufactured by corporate practice and government policy and by a culture of racism that we too often accept rather than challenge. I am the descendant of enslaved people who eventually became sharecroppers and landowners in rural Virginia, before some headed north during the Great Migration, trading one form of racial injustice for another, redlining, bank discrimination, and so much more are part of my family's story. Over the last year, we saw how racial justice served as a powerful force in bringing people together. The majority of Americans now believe that racial justice is an important marker of well-being, and they are now demanding that people in power focus on it. I want to be clear, however, that racial justice is not just the hot topic of today. It is the code to unlocking the best future for all of us and every community. Whenever we hold on to racism and its legacy in government and society, we hold everyone in this country back. We are in a vicious cycle that we can and must break. Racism leads to disaster for Black people and the whole country. And then the racism that defines the response to the disaster only serves to drive up inequality, reinforce bias across society, and set up the very next disaster. The COVID-19 pandemic further exposed the systemic racial inequalities that exist in America's financial systems, making it even harder for Black-owned businesses to compete. Last year, Color of Change partnered with other organizations to conduct several widely reported studies that examined how the so-called relief for small businesses was racially discriminatory. The study showed that not only did banks practice widespread discrimination and leave Black businesses out to dry, by doing so, they essentially forced Black businesses to subsidize the recovery for white business owners at their own expense, and the government enabled them to do it. This wasn't just Black people being forced to drink at a different water fountain. There was no second water fountain for Black business owners at all. You might ask yourself how the banks were able to get away with this. It's simple. Under our current financial systems, the banks get to pick and choose their favorite borrowers and move them to the front while no one is watching. This is how America still works right now. Black people are set up to fail and then blamed for their failure. And when a few people do succeed, their success is cited as evidence that there is nothing wrong. So even our success is used against us to justify policies, practices, and systems that continue to set people up to fail. That is why we recommend that Congress adopt a racially just policy-making approach. That when evaluating and determining which laws, regulations to enact, implement, or revoke, a racially just policy approach requires three things. First is resources. We need resources to move money to Black people to achieve equity. Our study found that the majority of Black and Latinx small business owners said direct grants would be most beneficial to them. Second, for progress to be realized, it is essential that every policy that distributes federal dollars is evaluated and measured for its impact on racial equity. And finally, racially just policymaking requires strong commitment to enforcement. Having non-discriminatory lending laws is meaningless when there is no one to stop the banks from engaging in modern-day redlining to deny Black people home ownership. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. I look forward to the questions about the most effective ways to end racism that defines so much of people's lives in our country and is holding all of us in our country back.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Yang, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Waters, and thank you to Ranking Member McHenry and the members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before all of you. My name is John Yang. I'm the President and Executive Director of Asian Americans Advancing Justice, AAJC. Specifically, I want to appear before you to talk about the special challenges facing the Asian American and Pacific Islander community. In discussing these issues, it is important to understand what our community is and what our community is not. The Asian American and Pacific Islander community is not a monolith. It encompasses over 50 different ethnicities and over 100 different languages. Our communities include social and economic indicators that defy the norm. And here, principal among that is income disparity. Now, while income inequality has grown in the United States over the past 50 years, this experience is particularly acute for Asian Americans. And here, I want to dispel the model minority myth that all Asian Americans are doing well and are leading with respect to economic indicators. Now, it is certainly true that for certain Asian Americans, the income distribution has shown great growth with respect to Asian Americans, at defying most norms and at a level that is unequal or above all other racial groups. But at the same time, if you disaggregate that data, it is also true that certain Asian Americans are at the lowest end of that growth that we have seen in the past 50 years. Stated differently, our community has become further polarized in terms of that wealth gap. Now, often lost in this broad brush used to paint Asian Americans are the inequities created by language access. Nearly 2/3 of Asian Americans are immigrants, and over 50% of Asian Americans have limited English proficiency. So even prior to the pandemic, limited English proficient individuals have limited employment opportunities and often have difficulty navigating the housing and financial services. During the pandemic, we have heard many stories of people's inability to access unemployment benefits. These access issues were compounded for people with limited English proficiency. Furthermore, information about relief programs was slow to be relayed to the limited English proficient population, if they were relayed at all. Very few funds from the CARES Act and from PPP were dedicated to multilingual services beyond English and Spanish. Asian American communities need to know about services that are available to them, and that language support is available to help them access these essential government services. Just as we need to dismantle barriers that limit opportunities of people with physical disabilities, we need to dismantle barriers that limit opportunities because of language proficiency. Look, the lives and livelihoods of Asian Americans, just as all Americans, have been hit hard because of COVID-19. For example, in New York City, in a report issued by our community partner, Asian American Federation in New York, the pandemic has created record job losses for Asian Americans, with a 6,000% increase in unemployment benefit applications in February through June of 2020. Asian Americans suffered the largest increase in unemployment amongst all racial groups, going from 3.4% in February 2020 to over 25% in May 2020. Compounding these devastating health and financial impacts is the onslaught of anti-Asian hate that we have seen, directing racial harassment and violence toward Asian Americans who were wrongly blamed for COVID-19 and wrongly blamed for this pandemic. Now, while hate incidents have targeted our community over this past year, we know that this is something that our communities had lived with for a long time. In this past year, over 4,000 hate incidents targeting Asian Americans have been reported to groups like ours and a group in California called Stop AAPI Hate. And certainly racist rhetoric, use of terms such as Kung Flu, have poured fuel on the fire of anti-immigrant and anti-Asian sentiment during this time. Certainly, we welcome those that have condemned anti-Asian hate and violence, and we look forward to working with journalists, industry, policymakers such as you to denounce this racism that we have seen. This has impacted every aspect of our life in the Asian American community. There were 105 reports of anti-Asian incidents reported to the New York Commission on Human Rights, including reports of housing discrimination, discrimination in public accommodation, and harassment during this past period. A McKinsey report said that misguided fears about the virus effectively shuttered businesses in many Asian American cultural districts a full month before the lockdowns began nationwide. Asian American businesses are overrepresented in some of the sectors that have suffered the worst economic effects of the pandemic, including with respect to accommodations, food service, retail, and education services. So we call on policymakers to enact long-term institutional change to address not only the crisis at hand, but to focus on changing the systems and environment that have allowed these inequities to thrive. We look forward to working with all of you. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Mr. Rowe, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony. Mr. Rowe.
You're muted.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, Representative McHenry, and all of the distinguished members of the Committee on Financial Services. My name is Ian Rowe, and I submit my testimony today as a proud product of the New York City public school system, kindergarten through 12th grade, a graduate of Brooklyn Tech High School, Cornell University College of Engineering, and Harvard Business School. I'm the founder and CEO of Vertex Partnership Academies, a new network of character-based international baccalaureate high schools with the first campus to open in the Bronx in 2022. For the last 10 years, I was CEO of a nonprofit network of public charter elementary and middle schools in the heart of the South Bronx and the Lower East Side of Manhattan. Our faculty had the solemn responsibility to educate more than 2,000 students, primarily low-income Black and Hispanic kids. We had nearly 5,000 families on our waiting list, all desperate for their kids to receive a high-quality education. Many of our parents faced racial discrimination and other challenges in their own lives and feared their children could as well. But these parents chose our school because they wanted their children to develop the skills and habits to become agents of their own uplift, even in the face of structural barriers. In District 8 in the Bronx, of the nearly 2,000 public schools students beginning high school in the South Bronx in 2015, only 2% graduated 4 years later ready for college, meaning that 98% of those students either dropped out of school or did manage to graduate, but still could not do basic math or reading without remediation if they entered community college. By contrast, at our all-boys school at 151st Street in Grand Concourse in the South Bronx, in 2018-19, the last year state tests were administered, nearly 70% of our students passed the exam. I share this data because as a country, as we have these conversations around race, we have to recognize that many of the disparities that we see later on in financial wealth, home ownership, educational achievement originated much earlier. If only 2% of Black and brown kids in the district I serve are graduating with basic skills, why do we think it's reasonable to expect that they're going to flourish in the workplace or higher education, starting businesses, getting married, having children within marriage, or any of the behaviors that we typically associate with young adulthood and entry into middle class or beyond? And if we're focused on upward mobility, we should also be wary of the goal to achieve racial equity. Again, in education, only 1/3 of all 8th grade students in the country are reading at grade level. In fact, since 1992, when the nation's report card was started to be administered in reading and math, in 4th grade, 8th grade, and 12th grade, there has never been a situation where even a majority of white students are reading at grade level. So the sad irony is that achieving racial equity, where Black students equal white students, would mean that you would just be moving Black students from sub-mediocrity in terms of reading performance to full mediocrity. And so that's not achieving excellence for all. So as we consider strategies to create an opportunity society for people of all races, I ask you to follow the philosophy we practice in our schools. Start early with the end in mind and study the success of those who've achieved excellence, not just equity. As the committee has identified, there's absolutely a gap in racial wealth. And as a result, and many people associate that gap to structural racism. And so as a result, today's discourse is dominated by the disempowering narrative that unless institutional barriers are removed, Black Americans are trapped in a perpetual cycle of economic victimhood. One quote from Nicole Hannah-Jones of the New York Times says, "None of the actions we are told as Black people must take if they want to lift themselves out of poverty, not marrying, not getting educated, not saving more, not owning a home, can mitigate 400 years of racialized plundering," unquote. Imagine if you were a 12-year-old Black boy living in the South Bronx with aspirations to work hard to achieve the American dream, yet you're repeatedly told that your dreams cannot be achieved. That's the very last thing that we do in our schools, because not only is this notion, it depresses human motivation, it's demonstrably wrong. The racial wealth gap, according to 2016, the average white family had 10 times the wealth of the average Black family. But when you take into account one factor, family structure, that relationship completely reverses, in that the average Black married 2-parent household has almost twice the wealth of the average white single-parent household. This is a key factor. So I look forward to answering your questions. I do have ideas on how we can advance an opportunity society for kids of all races.
Thank you very much. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. There have been efforts in the past to combat discriminatory practices in the financial marketplace that have prevented access to credit or capital for minority borrowers. But much more must be done. After reviewing 31 million records reported under the House Mortgage Disclosure Act, that is HMDA, investigative reporters found that more than 60 metro areas continue to exhibit patterns of modern-day redlining in the mortgage market to this day. And yet, 98% of banks pass their exams every year under the Community Reinvestment Act, that is CRA, a law that's intended to combat redlining. Making matters worse, Trump's appointees rolled back HMDA reporting requirements, making it harder to detect discrimination while gutting CFPB's Office of Fair Lending and Equal Opportunity. Moreover, the challenges minority-owned businesses have faced accessing PPP and other pandemic programs underscores why the CFPB must finish its Section 1071 rulemaking so that we can better monitor who is getting small business loans and on what terms and who isn't. So, Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, thank you for testifying last year to help inform the committee of Joseph Otting's dangerous agenda to undermine the implementation of CRA. The Federal Reserve has its own CRA proposal, but does it do enough to combat modern redlining? What would you like to see in a CRA rulemaking? And do you have any recommendations on how Congress could strengthen the law?
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, for that question. It's really important. And the OCC rule, as you know, is very damaging, and we support the resolution that Congress has in front of it regarding the OCC rule. What we'd like to see is the three agencies come together, and we really need a new controller to undo the harm that the OCC rule is currently doing, because it is in effect at this time, even though there's been some pause on some aspects of it. Under the Federal Reserve current rule that is being proposed, there are very strong aspects of it, including the fact that it is asking about race. But I think that we think at CRC that it can be strengthened in that regard. So for instance, it doesn't go far enough. It could, for example, measure lending, investment, services by race and ethnicity. So for instance, the way that currently CRA measures how well banks are serving borrowers of color by currently serving borrowers that are low income, it could do the same by race and ethnicity. So, and disaggregate that data that Mr. Yang mentioned for Asian borrowers even. So I think that would be a really important step for the Federal Reserve to take and for all three agencies to unify behind.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask a question about diversity and leadership. In this October 2020 report, Georgetown law professor and international economics expert, Dr. Chris Brummer, noted the historical lack of Black appointees at the federal financial regulatory agencies. He concluded that since the inception of the congressional confirmation process, only 10 of 327 regulators have been Black. The SEC, FDIC, CFTC, and the Federal Reserve have never had a Black person at the helm. I agree with Dr. Brummer's assertion that this lack of diversity in leadership has led to the exclusion and detriment of people of color, and of Black people in particular. In the development of monetary and financial regulatory policies, people of color must and should be at the table to discuss and plan with policymakers on how initiatives will most sufficiently, significantly, and prominently close the racial wealth gap. Mr. Robinson, what has your research shown about the importance of people of color being able to lead and influence housing and financial services policies that significantly impact them?
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters. Well, it's incredibly important. We understand, and what we've seen time and time again, is that when institutions don't have diverse folks making decisions, they are not able to get at the heart of some of the real challenges that can both unlock opportunity, but also do the very real enforcement that's necessary. You know, part of many of the problems around racial equity in this country is that we end up designing policies that we don't enforce because we have people in place that may not understand what a scam looks like.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes for questions.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you, and thank you for calling this hearing. Mr. Rowe, I'd like to come to you to start here. We've enacted, and we've had on the books now, anti-redlining laws, very important anti-redlining laws, ACOA and fair housing laws, just for example. To stop discriminatory practices in housing and banking services and credit opportunities. These are very important laws. The intent here was to stop discriminatory practices. But the hope of those writing those laws is that you would be able to eliminate racial disparities over time. Is that thinking in practice how we should approach this, or is there some other approach we should take?
Well, thank you for the question. Of course, those statutes are important. It is a necessary precondition to have laws that prohibit discrimination based on race or any other set of immutable characteristics. But as I mentioned in my opening statement, the factors that drive the racial disparities that we're all concerned with are driven by a number of factors. Racism certainly is one component, but as the data shows, other elements such as academic preparation, level of education, family structure, these have deep impact on the capacity of individuals and families to be in a position to then enter financial markets, start their own businesses, purchase their own homes. And again, this focus on racial disparities, it can sound good, but when we focus solely on the prism of race, we discount all of the other key factors that can be huge levers from both a policy perspective as well as a cultural perspective. And
what are those? What are those factors?
Well, those let's start with education. In the communities that I serve in the heart of the South Bronx, if you are a family member who wants to send your child, given a district where only 2% of kids graduate from high school ready for college, you want the power to be able to choose a great school for your child, independent of your race, your income level, or zip code. So school choice is a fundamental element that I think is foundational to almost everything else that we're talking about. And I do think studying success is also important. There's an analysis that shows something called the success sequence. When individuals complete their education, even just a high school degree, and then get a full-time job of any kind, just so you learn the dignity and discipline of work. And if you have children, marriage first, that series of decisions, 97% of the people who followed that series of decisions entered the middle class or beyond. It's no guarantee. And within that, by the way, 91% of Black communities, millennials, achieved entry into the middle class. These are just some of the factors. I think it's very important for us to look at the whole picture of the levers that we have in our control, and most importantly, that individuals have within their control in order to.
Okay, so Mr. Rowe, along those lines, the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland has a report from 2019. They attribute the disparities in racial income, disparities in income related to race as the primary driver of the racial wealth gap. Would you agree with that assessment? And how should we look at a solution set here?
Well, it's certainly it's one factor, income, but the transfer of wealth across generations is a factor. Again, family structure, education level. It's actually one of the reasons I'm supportive of means-tested baby bonds as one policy intervention that I think has some promise. And the idea that if a child is born into a low-income family, essentially the government sets up a trust fund and is added to each year based on your income status. And at age 18, you then get that money for the restricted ability to pay for college tuition, put a down payment on a home, potentially even start a business. Those are wealth generating activities, and it's a reasonable way for the government to level the playing field for low-income kids to have an equal shot to other kids who grow up in middle or upper class families.
Okay, so one example that's been talked about here on the Hill is to wipe away student debt. Well, student debt is disproportionately for graduate students and disproportionately for people that are less diverse than the broader population. So that's an example of a policy that actually doesn't get it at a solution set. So thank you for your testimony, Mr. Rowe, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McHenry. The gentleman from Mr. Representative Sherman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. There was a time when it was the advertiser who was in the blatant position of excluding discriminated groups. The advertisement could just say, no Jews allowed, no blacks allowed. Today, it's not so much the advertiser as the advertising platform. People of color cannot respond to an ad that they don't see. Facebook requires advertisers certify that the ads comply with non-discrimination laws, but then Facebook has a secret algorithm that determines who is going to see the ad, and we have no idea whether it's discriminatory or not. Mr. Clay and I led a number of our colleagues in a letter to Mr. Zuckerberg, expressing concern that Facebook's algorithm produces discriminatory outcomes in the ads for housing and credit opportunities. Here was the response. You see, if you are on Facebook and you're tired of looking at your grandkids' pictures, you can go browse all the ads that have ever appeared on Facebook and perhaps find that one that was targeted to everybody but your community. I know of no one who spends their time looking at the Facebook ad library. The fact is that while Facebook has taken some steps, recent independent analysis has demonstrated mechanisms in Facebook ad delivery system can lead to potentially discriminatory ad delivery, even when the advertisers set their parameters to be, quote, highly inclusive. Without objection, I would like to put in the record this article, which has been cited in over 89 academic studies, titled Discrimination Through Optimization, How Facebook Ad Delivery Can Lead to Biased Outcomes.
Without objection, so ordered.
And so my question for Ms. Bailey is it important to force Facebook to open up its algorithm, if not to everyone, at least to a confidential and independent audit, to make sure that that algorithm is not depriving people of color from certain financial services and housing opportunities?
Thank you for the question. We know we can't see discrimination that we can't watch for, and that's part of the challenges with algorithmic bias. We know that the programmers and the biases that they have are actually part of how they program the programs to operate. So it's critical that the first thing that we do is that we create practices that provide more transparency about the ways that we are actually programming programs to really function and to ensure that they comply with our nation's fair lending laws. Unfortunately, for much of our history, our nation's fair lending laws have yet to be fully enforced. We have these wonderful tools on the books that we don't take advantage of in terms of ensuring the transparency and the data collection, and then the strong enforcement to make sure families of color are not.
Just to sneak in one other question, but I look forward to working with you and Mr. Clay to peer behind the curtain at Facebook. Mr. Robinson, there's the infrastructure package put forward by the Biden administration. This presents a unique opportunity for us to address systemic racism and barriers to good quality housing. Any major investment in the nation's infrastructure, I think, should recognize the important relationship between the growing demand for rental housing and private industry's inability to meet that need. There's too few rental housing units, and under the law of supply and demand, the rent is too damn high. Would you agree with this committee that housing is infrastructure and that Congress must take bold action to incentivize or require states and localities to remove barriers to housing production, such as exclusionary zoning?
Absolutely. As someone who grew up on Long Island, I understand all the ways in which housing rules have created winners and losers, insiders and outsiders, those who have been able to access opportunity and be able to build wealth and educational access, and those who haven't. And so whether we're talking about rentals or whether we're talking about home ownership, we need to be able to expand the opportunities for all to be able to have housing that serves their needs.
The city says we don't discriminate on the basis of color. We just say that no more than 3 units can be built on any acre.
Absolutely. Yep.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you, Chair, and I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. Mr. Rowe, our students need to be back in the classroom. Every day that our children are out of the classroom, they fall even further behind in their education. Can you address how this time out of the classroom will affect an entire generation of students that I think we all want to have the ability to see succeed and achieve their dreams?
Thank you for the question. Well, it was a year ago that almost exactly this time where on Friday, all of our nearly 2,000 kids were in class. And then the Monday, we literally had to move into remote learning. And, I think most school districts across the country were not prepared. I mean, we set up Wi-Fi hotspots in the housing income projects. We set up study areas in homeless shelters where our kids were going to school, and we set up an apparatus to do what we believe is effective remote learning. But there's nothing that can replace the environment of being in a physical classroom, the level of accountability, the level of interaction. Let me also say that even as it relates to abuse and other factors that we as an official school system, we can work with families if they're having issues. Much of that has been divorced. And so even today, I'm concerned that we need to prioritize getting teachers vaccinated so that we can get kids back into school. I think it's a national priority.
I agree. Last Congress, Mr. Rowe, I submitted a request to GAO's Financial Markets and Community Investment team to study efforts by financial and insurance firms to increase women's participation in STEM programs. The study is still ongoing, and I look forward to reviewing the final report, and I believe that its findings will reveal probably the best innovative solutions our private sector has to offer when it comes to increasing the level of women in the financial services industry. Mr. Rowe, as someone who has run public charter schools in low-income communities as you have, could you tell me about your experiences with our education system engaging female and minority students to participate in STEM education and financial literacy?
Well, thank you for the question. So the network that I led for 10 years was a network of single-sex schools. So we actually had all girls elementary and middle schools and all boys elementary and middle schools. And STEM was a huge focus. In fact, our 6th graders in Girls Prep Lower East Side Middle School actually built a computer because our experience has been there's strong interest in science and math in the early grades, but that starts to erode as young girls start to enter middle and high school. And so we made that a huge focus for how we inculcated this idea that in our all-girls school, the top students in math is a girl. The top student in science is a girl. And we also, in terms of college access, we also wanted to expose our students to programs that were open to them at NASA and others.
Yes.
And so we even started college savings accounts for our students starting in pre-K. So starting at 4 years old and matching that every single year so that each student knew that they were building the capacity to attend the schools that they would be academically prepared for in STEM and other fields.
That is absolutely tremendous. And I think you're right. When young girls have the exposure, they absolutely excel. A major factor when examining the wealth gap is wage disparities. STEM occupations have higher salaries in the United States. The average salaries of jobs in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields are almost double the national average of salaries in non-STEM fields. Although some progress has been made, and when you've explained a little bit of that, there is still significantly lower number of women and minorities in these professions. What other steps can we made to increase the number of women and minorities in STEM fields, Mr. Rowe?
Let's increase school choice at the middle school and high school level so that there are more great schools. Again, in the school that we're launching next year in the heart of the South Bronx, we will have industry partnerships. So our students in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade can be studying computer science with corporations in those industries so they can graduate from high school with an industry credential with labor market value. It starts with school choice.
I couldn't agree more. I think my time's expired and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Now, let me explain the situation. Unfortunately, Black households experience home foreclosure at the highest rate in this country. And that results in generations of household wealth completely erased right then. And now during this pandemic, we also know that Black households are the hardest hit by the COVID-19 disease and experience the highest unemployment hardship. And this results in greatest levels of financial insecurity, which harms the African American family's ability to achieve home ownership in the future. It's almost like a catch-22. There was a great movie by that name. Black people are in a catch-22 in this area. So, Ms. Bailey, what more can we in Congress do to eradicate this, to make sure that home ownership is not a housing choice that is limited only to those with generational wealth who are predominantly white? What more can we do?
Thank you for the question. We have to remember that 20% of white Americans can actually trace their wealth, those families that actually benefited from the Homestead Act land grants, they can trace their family's wealth to that single piece of legislation. We know that those New Deal policies really help to shore up the middle class. What those policies have done is really help middle class white families pass on intergenerational wealth to help their families with down payments. So one of the critical things that we can do is make sure that we have targeted down payment assistance programs that would benefit first-generation home buyers. Many of these first-generation home buyers are African Americans, Latinos, and other people of color. Doing this would generate an opportunity to really grow homeownership. We know that today there are 3 million mortgage-ready Black consumers, and there are more than 5 million mortgage-ready Latino consumers. So we have these consumers who are on the sideline, ready to jump into homeownership, and a targeted down payment assistance program can really help to really bring those families in. What's good about this program is that it won't just help those families, it's actually going to help the economy overall. Studies have shown that addressing discrimination, including the discrimination in housing, has a chance to help grow the economy and help us to see economic growth around $1 trillion a year.
Very good. Now, I want you and Mr. Robertson, and I hope all of those listening, that yesterday I introduced my Financial Inclusion in Banking Act. And here's what it does, and it addresses some of what you just said. And we need everybody's help to get this bill called up and passed. And what my bill does is it convenes the CFPB to work with agencies, departments, and advocacy groups to be able to remove those financial inclusion points, that some of which you just mentioned, and help our Black homeowners access traditional financial services so that they are not pushed towards fringe-back actors. That's where they go, because we don't act. And so, what do you and Mr. Robertson see as some of the risks associated with financial exclusion? And on top of that, I got another bill to start teaching financial education in our school system. Only 17 of our state public school systems offer one course in financial education. And so we're all also, my other bill grants the CFPB with grant-making authority for public-private partnerships like what the FS Investments in Philadelphia is doing with the Wharton School of Finance at the University of Pennsylvania, my alma mater, coming up with the kinds of curriculums to start teaching our young Black people right away the importance of financial education. Can you all help us with those two bills?
Yes, I look forward to it.
Time has expired, but we will go ahead and welcome those responses to be in writing to the committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Rowe, you rightly note in your testimony, there's no silver bullet to close the racial wealth gap overnight. But Chairwoman Waters is quite correct to aggressively push the committee in the direction of addressing those issues. Because after all, our greatest asset is our people, and if our individuals in this great country can't live up to their potential, whatever the reason that has inhibited that, then the nation as a whole cannot live up to its potential. So this is important, and I look forward to seeing what kind of legislation that I suspect she'll be putting forth probably sooner than later that will aggressively do this. But again, Mr. Rowe, let's go back to some of the fundamentals. An individual's education level is directly linked to the likelihood of having a checking or savings account. And in 2019, FDIC found that the unbanked rate for those with a high school diploma was 8.1%. And for those with a college degree, it was 0.8. Yes, 0.8% were unbanked. Among Americans with high school diplomas, the unbanked rate jumps to, with no high school diploma, I should say, jumps to 21.4%. Could you talk to the importance, as you've addressed and a number of our other witnesses have addressed, the importance of education in accessing the banking system and how this impacts economic mobility, which is the real issue here? Mobility, the ability to move.
Absolutely. One of the reasons that we start college savings accounts, New York State 529 accounts, for the schools that enter our system at 4 years old in pre-K, they have their name on it. It's not just because of the money, the $50 or $100 of money that we continue to match over time. It's to build financial literacy and this idea that they can manage money and this idea of compounded interest, future-oriented goals. That's extremely important. And right now in our country, there are 3 million, for example, students in public charter schools. There are nearly 5 million kids on a waiting list. If we want a solution that can immediately impact opportunity for kids, I think creating widespread school choice would be a great intervention.
Along that line, as we work to better understand the disparities that cause the wealth gap, can you point to some industry best practices that are attempting successfully to help reduce those socioeconomic disparities? And in the back of my mind, of course, I first think of internships, scholarships, that kind of thing. Can you touch on some things that are working out there that perhaps we can build off of?
Well, let me give you two examples. One is a major study that was done by Raj Chetty. It was based the Land of Opportunity study, where he analyzed 40 million tax records of individuals across the country, and they found that intergenerational mobility was driven by hyperlocal factors, that even though there were these racial disparities, for the Black community, what made the difference was the presence of fathers in the household, or marriage rates within a particular neighborhood make a dramatic difference in terms of higher education outcomes, better economic outcomes. So that's first thing. In terms of a specific industry practice, there's actually a company, Netflix, that decided to take 2% of their cash holdings, which was about $100 million, and transfer that to Black-owned financial institutions for the purpose of now injecting into low-income communities this capital that can be accessed for starting businesses, potentially buying homes. And so that's an example of a generative investment done by a private organization. But this idea of money that has strings tied to it, because in order to access that $100 million, you had to deliver a business plan, demonstrate credit worthiness, and those kinds of investments will have generational impacts. So school choice, things like, means-tested baby bonds, investments that have strings attached to it that are related to starting businesses, getting education, those are the kinds of investments that are going to have a long-term generational impact on not only the Black community, but low-income kids of all races.
I would simply ask, as I yield back, as we address the issues that have affected us literally for generations, let's do not forget that all women have faced these challenges too. And I don't want any particular group to be left out there either. Go back, Madam Chair.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I shall move expeditiously. I'd like to move quickly to Ms. Bailey. Ms. Bailey, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Bailey, a question for you. Would it be beneficial to establish an office of fair lending and testing within the CFPB so as to actually test lenders to ascertain whether or not invidious discrimination exists, so that we can have the empirical evidence to move forward in prosecution if necessary?
Strengthening our fair lending laws and strengthening and utilizing the Equal Credit Opportunity Act is always critically important, and partnering with the borough and getting it to do and
Ms. Bailey, because my time is limited and I've got about 6 questions, I'm going to interrupt, so please forgive me, okay? But would it be beneficial to have such an office for testing in the CFPB?
Yes, testing is critical.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to the next one, because I'm very, very concerned about a number of things. Would it be beneficial to have a minority business development administration that would be devoted exclusively to supporting the growth and expansion of minority businesses and enterprises by providing technical and managerial expertise, as well as other support and resources? Would such an office be of benefit to minority people, Ms. Bailey?
Yes, having more support for small businesses of color is critical.
Ms. Bailey, would it be beneficial to have banks rated for their diversity and inclusion? Currently, they're rated for other things, but I'd like to add this to the list. Would it be beneficial? Ms. Bailey?
Yes, we know that diverse firms actually outperform non-diverse firms, so absolutely, yes.
Okay. All of these things relate to legislation. I just have to succinctly ask these questions. Should Fannie and Freddie be required to reinstate the preferred language question it removed from the Uniform Residential Loan application? And I'd like for Mr. Yang to answer that question. Mr. Yang, your response, please.
Absolutely. Ensuring that Asian languages are covered and our communities are addressed is important to us.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bailey, I'm back to you again. Should borrowers be allowed to have non-traditional data, such as utility bills, scored on an optional basis, such that it might improve their credit scores?
Yes, we actually don't get rental history and credit scoring today, and that's part of the problem. So yes.
And finally, with the questions, and then I'll have a comment. Does matched pair testing provide empirical evidence of invidious discrimination in housing, Ms. Bailey?
Yes, and the National Fair Housing Alliance has done tremendous work in this realm and are wonderful partners on this effort. According to them, we see increased evidence of discrimination every year, so absolutely yes.
Thank you. All of my questions were questions related to bills, 6 bills that we have pending. And these questions go right to the heart of each piece of legislation. But now I'd like to close with this, if I may, because this is historic. What we're doing today is unlike anything I've seen since I've been in Congress. And I've been here now for more than 15 years. Ms. Bailey, you've been a part of this process for some time. Do you agree that this is historic?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Yang, is this historic?
Having a session like this is absolutely historic and is meaningful for all of our communities. Yes.
Mr. Robinson, do you agree?
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to ask everybody, but I mentioned this because this is not the end. But what Congressman Waters has brought to our attention today is just unbelievable, in my opinion. And I want to compliment her and the staff for putting this together. Things like this should not go unnoticed. I plan to archive this hearing and possibly use it for some sort of future presentations, but it's just absolutely historic. Final question, and this question is going to go to Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson, would it be beneficial for us to have a Department of Reconciliation with a Secretary of Reconciliation who reports directly to the president, whose job it is to get up every day and go out and see how we can end the invidious discrimination that exists in this country? Would it be beneficial, Mr. Robinson?
It would absolutely be beneficial to put resources, energy, and hopefully enforcement behind moving us forward as a country, sir.
I thank all of you for your being here today, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Green. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I note that the appendix to the chairwoman's hearing memo lists 26 bills that all seek, in one way or another.
Okay, Bob, did you get it?
That all seek, in one way or another, to address the title of this hearing. Most of these proposals double down on the approaches of the past. I'm reminded that Henry Ford once made a profound statement about innovation. He said, if they asked the public what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse. And the list of 26 bills is analogous to a list of 26 proposals seeking to be faster horses. They don't really look like innovation. Many of the ideas have been tried before. I've often remarked about the power of a truly free market to drive out racial bias. I firmly believe the notion that getting our market incentives right will leverage greater access to finance and housing among all our people. Competition can work to drive out much disparity. Innovation is often arise out of new ideas in one realm being brought to bear on problems in another. That's why I'm pleased that Mr. Rowe joins us today and brings ideas from a wide array of areas that can help us understand meaningful ways to empower innovation in this important area. Mr. Rowe, first of all, thank you for your great testimony. And do you believe that our financial and housing markets are systemically racist? And if so, what are the major examples that you see?
Well, thank you for the question. There are obviously barriers to allow Americans of many backgrounds to access financial markets, housing. I've committed my life to ensuring that we achieve excellence for all. And it's why I so stress that the issues that we're trying to focus on typically, and in the vast majority of cases, originated many years earlier, most notably in the lack of opportunity to have access to great public schools. We have a situation in our country where only a third of all kids are reading at grade level. Why is it that we would assume that those gaps would just magically disappear with all of the barriers that come along with those things? So I think it's very important. With, there was a study done a couple of years ago, Black Men Making in America. It's a really important study to look at because it actually chronicles the experience of Black men who face the exact same barriers that we're talking about, but what are the strategies that they utilize to enter the middle class and beyond? And those strategies, as laid out in the report, typically they completed at least their high school education, some college, full-time work of any kind, marriage, then children. The vast majority of Black men who followed those strategies have entered the middle class or beyond. And there were a few other factors. Typically, they had some kind of faith commitment, they were in the military, and most importantly, they had a sense of personal agency, in the sense of even in the face of structural barriers, there had the individual power to overcome them. That's different from saying that they needed to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. But what I do think that report suggests is that it's really crucial that we emphasize the role of school choice to be that first rung on the ladder of economic opportunity, and strong families. That's the foundation that over time will, I believe, will be a much more effective strategy to address the issues that we're all concerned with.
Thank you. Can you share a little bit how a free competitive market drives out discrimination, and if there are areas where markets need help in this regard, what might it be?
Well, when we educate our kids in our schools, we don't say to them, we want you just to be as good as white people. The vast majority of our kids in our class are Black and Hispanic. We don't seek out racial equity, we seek excellence for all. In order to achieve excellence for all, you have to be exceptional. And so our schools are operating on this idea of hard work, and that there are principles around family, faith, hard work, entrepreneurship, strong education. These are the foundations that it will equip you to be successful regardless of the overall environment. And let me say, in the absence of those things, it's almost guaranteed that you will not be successful.
Sadly, I see my time has expired, so I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Maloney, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. This past Sunday, we commemorated 56 years since Bloody Sunday, when our late colleague, John Lewis, and hundreds of other civil rights advocates were brutally attacked as they marched across the Pettus Bridge to secure one of our most fundamental rights, the right to vote. We've made some progress in those 56 years, but nearly not enough. And the health and economic crisis wrought by the coronavirus pandemic have only exacerbated underlying inequities in our society. Federal Reserve Chair Powell testified before this committee 2 weeks ago that the economic downturn has not fallen equally for all. He said, and I quote, "The high level of joblessness has been especially severe for lower wage workers and for African Americans, Hispanics, and other minority groups," end quote. With our COVID response, we've tried to create equitable distribution of relief to fight the disproportionate effects felt by most BIPOC and other underserved communities. We ensured funds were going to minority depository institutions because we know those institutions are more likely to lend to minority borrowers and businesses. Even before the pandemic, Black and Hispanic renters were more likely to be severely cost burdened by rental payments. So this committee specifically fought to include rent relief in COVID aid packages to help struggling families stay in their homes. Systemic racism still exists. African Americans and other minorities still face discrimination in housing, in lending, in employment. There isn't one blanket solution to address systemic racism, but just because it's hard doesn't mean we shouldn't try. My question to the panel, as we are looking to recover economically from the coronavirus and look for ways that we can proactively address systemic racism and inequities in our housing and financial system, what should this committee consider as key elements of a package to address systemic racism and to ensure we build back better for all individuals, not just for some? Is it enforcement of existing laws? Do we need new protections, new programs with a focus on minority borrowers? What exactly do we need? Maybe let's start with Ms. Nikitra Bailey first, and then Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, and then the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have to say thank you for the Homeownership Assistance Fund that was in the last package that this Congress just passed. That Homeownership Assistance Fund is really going to help struggling homeowners. So that's the very kind of thing that we need to continue to see. Next, we need to see this targeted down payment assistance program. It is something that will help generate billions in revenue and help first generation home buyers get into the marketplace, which will help them build long-term and sustainable wealth. I also want to talk about fully enforcing our nation's fair lending laws. 102 years went by before the first Fair Housing Act was actually enforced. It wasn't until the 68 Act that we actually saw some level of enforcement attached to fair housing. Those laws actually are there and they can really help stimulate economic growth, especially through the creation of special purpose credit programs. So I'd like to really see those laws fully enforced. And I'll pause there to give my colleagues a moment to jump in.
Thank you for this important question. I want to raise one issue that is, I think Mr. Rowe's not truly understanding equity in terms of what it means in terms of equal opportunity. And then the second thing I would say around financial systems is that we need to be able to remove barriers and that there is a real responsibility for the financial systems and to remove those barriers rather than just a personal responsibility to overcome those barriers. So if we look at it that way, then this committee really has a responsibility to think about things like enforcement, as Ms. Bailey said, and we think about disparate impact and how this committee can think about using enforcement and disparate impact in that way. And that the CFPB has been gutted and to really bringing back fair lending enforcement. The last thing I would say is transparency. We need transparency around HMDA, making sure it's public, and the CFPB 1071 rule needs to be completely public because if the public knows what's happening, then enforcement follows. Thank you for that question.
And Rashad Robinson.
The thing I would add to what my colleague said is really also looking at innovation that that tries to mask itself and mask over what is actually exploitation using technology to exploit communities.
Thank you.
Generally's time has expired. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you this morning and thank all the witnesses for being here. Before I begin my question, I do have a comment. It's very disappointing that this happened again today. One of the witnesses' testimonies was not posted until 10:45, which is 45 minutes after the hearing began. How are we supposed to be able to do our job, which is to prepare for this hearing, understanding the points and views of the individual who's before us today, and then be able to ask questions that can draw out information that's going to be helpful to us and our constituents? This is the second time this has happened, and I hope it's the last. With that, Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, thank you for your testimony, which was on time. I have a question with regards to something that you said in there. You're talking about some of the private commercial banks are not adequately servicing communities, and one of your solutions is to include postal banking. Do you understand, or do you know how much debt the post office currently has, Ms. Brito?
Sorry, I pressed mute too much. I don't currently have that at the tip of my finger.
They have $87 billion, and over the last 14 years, over the past 14, and are expected to lose $160 billion over the next 10 years. At the end of the last year, do you know what the add-on or the on-time rate was for the USPS, the United States Postal Service?
Well, sir, I do believe that there has been a underfunding of the Postal Service and continued changes.
The question is, do you know what the on-time rate is for them to deliver service?
I do know that there has been an underfunding of the Postal Service and continued changes with the current.
At the end of December, the USPS had an on-time rate of 38% for non-local mail. That's according to the USPS reported information in a federal court. So they're underfunded, they're underwater, and they're not on time.
Well, we do agree they're underfunded.
Rito, it's my time. Thank you. So when you suggest this as a solution to a problem, all you're doing is exacerbating the problem. In fact, when people ask me about the Postal Service getting in the loan business, I say I think it'd be much more efficient and effective if you let the banks deliver the mail versus the postal system start making loans. This is not a solution. This is exacerbating a problem, is what it's going to be. With regards to the rest of your testimony here, something else caught my eye, which was your comments with regards to the Community Reinvestment Act. And you make a comment in there that you want to tie reinvestment obligations to the bank presidents where the banks seek profit. In other words, you want them to be able to reinvest in the communities that they get their deposits from. And I think that's exactly what needs to happen. And I think that's exactly what happened in the new rule. Because as I understand it, the way the rule is written, if there's at least 5% of the bank's deposits coming from a certain area, they have to reinvest that money in that community. Is that not something that you support?
The current rule is very flawed, and it actually creates a problem with bank not giving enough credit.
I'm reclaiming my time. Would you please answer my question? The question is, do you support having the banks reinvest the dollars in the communities that they get the money from?
I do support banks getting.
Why is this a problem with the way you fund it? Because this is exactly what they're doing. I think.
But the entire rule is problematic, sir. The entire rule is problematic and ends up giving less credit to rural communities, which have been underserved, as I'm sure you understand. It gives less credit for LMI communities. It gives less credit for bank branches. And ultimately, it gives less voice to communities in the process for bank exams, for example.
For that, reclaiming my time, I am in that world. I am in the banking world, so I understand that what this goes on. And I would probably respectfully disagree with your previous comments there that this is the rule really enhances the ability of the banks to be able to invest in their rural communities, invest in the communities that they're getting dollars from, and get credit for it. Because I can tell you, somebody who actually filled out the report over the last 20 years ago, whenever they first started this program, it was very difficult to get credit for that. And with the new schedule, the new rules, this makes it easier for banks to comply and to be able to get credit accordingly. So I think that's something I'm very, very sensitive to and very supportive of. Mr. Rowe, one of the things that that you talk about in your testimony is the importance of success sequence. Getting a high school degree, a full-time job, and waiting until marriage before having children. Is this something that your academies attempt to instill in the young Americans that you try to educate?
The gentleman's time has expired. The witness may respond in writing to the gentleman's query. For the record, one of our witnesses, Dr. Taylor, had a family emergency and was not able to participate in today's hearing. Ms. Bailey was gracious enough to step in at the last minute to testify for today's hearing, and we thank you very much. The majority staff did give sufficient notice to the minority witnesses of the minority of the witness change in accordance with the rules, and we thank all of our witnesses for their testimony and participation today. The chair will now recognize Mr. Foster of Illinois for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Am I audible and visible here?
Very.
All right, looks good. All right, well, I'd like to ask a few questions about discrimination in housing appraisals. And, Ms. Bailey, less than 50 years ago, guidebooks used to train appraisers to give specific instructions on how to lower their appraisal estimates in Black and Latinx neighborhoods. And while these blatantly racist practices have disappeared, I am worried that more subtle discriminatory practices still lurk in our housing finance system and are a real barrier to intergenerational wealth accumulation. Studies indicate that both at the neighborhood level and at an individual level, race affects the appraised value of a house. The 2018 Brookings report found, for example, that in the Chicago, Naperville, Elgin metro area, which includes part of my district, the average devaluation of homes in majority Black neighborhoods was negative 28%, 28% lower. On a household level, the undervaluation of a home can mean the difference between hundreds of thousands of dollars in home equity. So my question is, are there gaps in the oversight of appraisers today or appraisal procedures? Are there a uniform set of objective standards at the federal level? And if not, how can we improve this framework to better prevent the systematic undervaluation of homes that we're seeing in communities of color and homes owned by people of color?
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. Appraisal bias is very real, as demonstrated by recent news articles that actually showed that a family was almost robbed of $500,000 in potential home equity as a result of a harmful appraisal. We must address discrimination in the evaluation and the valuation of homes in communities of color. Among things, there should be a robust review of federal appraisal standards, including ethics standards, and increased training on unconscious bias for appraisers. We also need to expand initiatives to bring more appraisers of color into the field.
Yeah, thank you. That second point I think is really important. According to the Appraisal Institute, 90% of appraisers identify as white, 75% are male, 52% or 51 years. It's basically a bunch of old white guys, if you'll forgive me. This, how might having a greater number of diverse appraisers help remedy this covert racism and that's going on today?
Lived experience really can help inform the way the valuations are done, and it can help them have a set of consistent standards across the industry to make sure our communities are not undervalued. We have to go again, though, that this systemic undervaluation of Black properties is also known as a Black tax. This is something that all Black consumers and many other consumers of color are fearful of, that our property values won't be seen in light of the value that they actually have. We know that in our communities that we will have houses that are identical to houses in white communities, same builder, same everything, and somehow those houses actually come up being valued less. So we need to see fuller enforcement of our nation's fair lending laws. I know I keep going back to that one, but what we're seeing are things that really make us question, why are these practices not being taken up and used through the ECOA Act and the Fair Housing Act to figure out, is this outright discrimination? We have tools that can really help us get at these issues and really help people understand that they'll have fairness and equity in the system.
Yeah, I think it's also true that appraisals and assessments are sort of a double-edged sword. There's a huge problem in the Chicago area that is in the process of being rectified, that you had basically wealthy, predominantly white neighborhoods much more likely to appeal their assessment and get their tax burden reduced. And this corresponded to hundreds of millions of dollars of wealth transfer from minority neighborhoods to white neighborhoods. The effect on taxing. And so it's a really complicated issue. In terms of technology, what are the benefits and risks of involving technology, either to perform the primary assessment appraisal of a house or as a check on bias?
Well, we have to say this, that technology can be a tool, but it has to be a tool that does not include implicit bias in its design. So like we said earlier, we have to make sure that if technology is going to become a part of the process, that the programmers are not instituting bias. And I'll stop there to see if Rashad wants to add in on that point.
The one thing I'll just add is that algorithmic bias bad data in, bad data out. Technology actually can't solve for it. It just simply amplifies it.
Thank you. And looks like my time is over, so I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I'm one of the few I was a former licensed realtor. I think I'm one of the few people who has actually been involved in the production of housing, the selling of houses. I've said this before on this committee multiple times. When I was becoming a licensed realtor, I was taught that people were not white, they weren't brown, they weren't black, they weren't yellow, they were green. Green in the sense that you can either afford it or not afford it, and that's the way that we should be operating. I fully understand that that is not always the case. We need to root that out, but to assume that the entire system is based on that, I think is a faulty premise. People will pay what they are willing to pay for a home. No more, no less. Well, I guess actually less. Who wouldn't pay less for something that they would be willing to pay for? I'm fascinated by Mr. Rowe's account, and I'd like to kind of revisit that a little bit and what he is doing with those schools. You know, we know that trillions of dollars. In fact, there's an estimate that since the war on poverty started in 1965. Something over $23 trillion has been spent directly, with over 1.7 trillion of that specifically targeted to housing. Yet we see what some view as a crisis in affordability, availability, which frankly impacts the affordability. And Mr. Rowe, I wanted you to explore a little bit about, as you were talking about establishment of homes and education, and what maybe housing might mean to that stability, not only within a family, but within a community, and what that means for your students.
Thank you for the question. For many of our families who may live in housing projects or other challenging housing situations, the idea of home ownership is something that's really important, especially for their kids. And they know that in order for their kids to be equipped with both the finances, the academic background, to be able to afford to move into a particular neighborhood, they want them to go to a great school. I will keep going back to the foundational element of school choice. I presume most of the folks on this call, I don't know everyone, but I presume most of the folks on this call, if you have children, you have had the ability to move to a good neighborhood where you had a good access to public schools, or maybe your children are in private schools or parochial schools. It's something that middle and upper income folks can take for granted. Our kids can go to great schools. And I think that's something we need to make accessible to kids of all backgrounds and all races.
So Mr. Rowe, are you saying that people actually make housing decisions based on where the quality of their children's education might be enhanced or diminished?
That is probably one of, if not the first, certainly in the top three factors that drive what housing decisions that people make. And so for those folks who don't have the ability just to move to a different neighborhood, let's make the accessibility of fantastic schools as easily accessible as it is to middle and upper class communities.
Well, you've actually hit one of the main issues that it's not just anecdotal, there are statistics behind this. Housing values are directly tied to quality of education. And there is no doubt more affordable homes tend to be in less fruitful educational spots. And if we want to have equal access to housing and equal opportunity for jobs, we need to fix this education part. And I commend you for what you are doing. There is this direct correlation. Way too often out here in Washington, D.C., we think in silos, right? Well, here's education, here's housing, here's the economy. It's all intertwined because we're humans. Our lives are intertwined. We don't become something else when we walk out the door to work versus who we are when we're at home or go to our place of worship or whatever else it might be. Have you been able to track sort of the outcome of your students and sort of what has been happening with their opportunity, income?
So our first class started in 2005 of all girls in kindergarten and first grade. And this year, that first class that started in first grade, 2005, are graduating from colleges like Yale and Howard this year. So I'm very proud of that. And I could go on, but my time is up.
Well, thank you for your.
There we go. The gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, who is the chair of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for holding this hearing at such an important time. And also, I would like to thank our distinguished panel of witnesses for being here today. Let me open by saying I really wish the pathway to economic success and access to capital was as simple as saying if you are educated or if you get married, that will make that happen. We certainly know that many people who have law degrees, medical degrees, and everything else have been discriminated against. We saw in the PPP many businesses of many years, but they were Black. And when Black and other minority businesses, highly educated and married, went in, the rules of engagement changed. So let's not make it as simple. While education is important, I don't know about the being married part and all of that, but systemic racism exists regardless of education, regardless of where you live. You know, I could use myself and give you tons of examples about how I have been discriminated against simply because I walked in the door and they saw a Black woman. So I needed to say that we just don't get off kilter, which is a great lead in for me to go to you, Ms. Gonzalez-Brito. Within the next few weeks, we will likely be getting a new comptroller at the OCC. At the top of the list of any new comptroller's agenda is going to be the modernization of CRA. Do you have any recommendations to the new comptroller as he or she prioritizes in a rewrite of the Community Reinvestment Act?
Yes, thank you so much for this important question, Congresswoman. First of all, as I mentioned earlier, a race-conscious CRA, or as my colleague, Mr. Robinson said, race-just CRA, is incredibly important, and that we measure how banks are serving BIPOC communities, or if they're not. And if they're not, there should be consequences for that. We should end CRA grade inflation. We know that 98% of banks are passing their CRA exams. And then in terms of consequences for discrimination, consequences for displacement, financing displacement of communities, or any kind of harm should be at the top of the list. And then we should, of course, encourage reinvestment in poorly served areas. So we're talking about rural communities, tribal lands. This should really be at the top of the list. And lastly, I would say that controller needs to throw out the current OCC proposal that was done under the last administration. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is for Mr. Robinson. During the last administration, it was evident that they did not believe in enforcing fair lending laws. From OCC leadership reportedly overruling career staff and shelving home loan discrimination cases to the CFPB's refusal to acknowledge or bring any fair lending cases, it was plainly clear that the lenders had a license to discriminate as far as the regulators were concerned. Can you tell us how important it is to have diversity within our federal agencies, and how did the lack of enforcement of fair housing affect Black and brown communities?
Thank you for the question. The lack of access absolutely It affects us at every single level, at every single phase of decisions, life decisions that families and individuals would like to make. The lack of wealth, the lack of access to capital, the lack of housing impacts us. And the fact of the matter is that policy doesn't matter if you don't have enforcement. It's not enough to simply raise the minimum wage if you don't protect against wage theft. It's not enough to deal with issues around lending if you don't have the necessary enforcement. So diversity absolutely matters, but diversity cannot be the only metric, because we can have people who represent diverse communities that come into the room with a perspective that isn't about enforcing the actual policies. So focus on enforcement with diversity included will be incredibly important.
Thank you so much, and I yield back, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Stigers, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you holding this hearing. And my first question is for Mr. Rowe. I want to follow up on something that Mr. McHenry started to talk about, Mr. Sherman talked about, Mr. Huizenga talked about, and Ms. Beatty just talked about, and that's minority housing. And are you familiar with a Duke University study from a couple of years ago that says if we could enact policies that lift the minority homeownership rate to about what the white homeownership rate is, that we would reduce the minority wealth gap by 38%?
I'm not familiar with that particular study, but I am supportive of ideas that help particularly low-income folks of all races rise their home ownership rate, not necessarily to equal that of another racial group.
I understand, but that was the measure they used as a benchmark. I mean, I don't have any other benchmark other than I want everybody to have the opportunity to own a home. And I do know that it is a fact today that minority communities have lower home ownership rates, and that drives the disparity in wealth. And so I'd like to, you would agree that that is one of the drivers of disparity in wealth between minority families and white families. Is that correct?
I do agree.
The lack of home ownership, the biggest savings opportunity in most Americans' lives, is that one of the things that's driving our wealth gap?
Home ownership certainly is one of the elements. That's why I support initiatives like means-tested baby bonds, so that every kid of low-income means essentially has a government trust fund that's added to every year. And at age 18, you now have the restricted ability to pay for college, make a down payment on a home, or start a business. Those are—
I love that. That's a very intriguing idea, Mr. Rowe. I appreciate it. I'd like to dig into another piece of this. Are you familiar with any of the regulations, either at FHA, FHFA, the GSEs, the Department of Agriculture, the VA, or even local building codes that might be impacting home ownership by increasing the cost of homes, or actually, driving, creating impediments for home ownership? And if so, can you speak to any of those regulations that we might want to look at? You and Mr. Sherman had an exchange about local building codes driving up cost. I know that's one of them, but I want to give you a very broad opportunity to talk on this issue.
I don't feel equipped to answer that at the federal level.
No problem. Do you want to talk any more about how local building codes drive up costs of housing?
Well, the only thing I'd say on the local front, and I would encourage Representative Beatty to look at this data because she had questions about the role of marriage and families, but the Raj Chetty study, The Land of Opportunity, that looked at 40 million tax records to understand the whole idea of intergenerational mobility, which included things like home ownership, said that for the Black community in particular, while the macro level data was not very good, when there was a father presence or married to parents in the household, in the neighborhood, massive differences in economic mobility. And I think it's very important we continue to come back to what are the foundational ideas that have contributed to the success of low-income people of all races. That includes family structure, the strength of educational choice, and you know, those are typically ingredients that, if we're looking at a policy level, how do we do things like means-tested baby bonds that helps to level the playing field for people of all races who are in low-income conditions?
So when socially disadvantaged people of all races happen to live in the areas that have the lowest performing schools, tell me what that does to the intergenerational poverty.
Well, if we talk about policies that have disproportionately negative impact on kids of color, lack of school choice is one of them. So again, most people on this call probably, if you have kids, you've moved to a neighborhood that has good public schools, or you put your child in a private school or parochial school. Let's give that same power to people that live in low-income communities across the country. That is one of
isn't the real issue here the low performing schools in the communities of poverty, and school choice just would happen to be one of the solutions.
Correct. Underperforming schools are part of the issue. Let's give people power of better options.
Thank you very
Back,
much.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I hope I can be heard. Madam Chair, first of all, thank you for holding this hearing. I do think it's historic. You may have been away at the moment when they spoke about this, but I do think it's historic. I think it's so important. I couldn't be more thankful. The title of the hearing is Justice for All, Achieving Racial Equity Through Fair Access to Housing and Financial Services. And listening to some of my colleagues, you'd almost think that we've already achieved it. But I can tell you, I was here on January the 6th. I know that we haven't achieved it. And not only that, but I can tell you this, even the opportunities that were provided through the PPP loans, we saw that the first ones went out to the preferred customers that the banks had. A lot of the minority small business owners and women-owned businesses, when they went to apply for the loans, the money was gone. So we had to once again re-up to help them. You could see once again the preference that was given to these established customers, who mostly were white, let's be frank. So I think that racism, unfortunately, still exists, and it's still very, very prevalent. I also believe very much in hope. I really do. I preach hope. I believe in hope. I believe in change, and I do think that we are changing. Mr. Green went through a whole bunch of the bills that we're going to be looking at, and I was going to do that myself. He did it, but I'm so happy that he did that, because I think that good law is on the way. Now, I also have to say that, you know, we've seen the redlining, the restrictive covenants. We've seen all these historical elements that really were racist in their purpose. But we've also seen those that are not as racist. You know, when you go to buy a house, they say, don't buy there, you know, buy over here, because that's where the Mexicans live, or that's where the Mexicans are going to live. And that's problematic. I mean, I heard, no, that's not true. All you look at is the green money, that they don't care who people look at. That's not true. The reality in real life is people talk about communities, and you also see in real life who loses when there's a downturn in the economy. Now, one of the things I wanted to talk about is opportunities for people that haven't had the opportunities because of systemic racism. And I'd like to talk about the down payment in particular. One of the things that we see is that a lot of people, especially people of color, or would be great homeowners paying their mortgage, but they can't come up with the down payment. The down payment's the problem. So what can we do about that? Because I think that's a huge, who would like to handle that? Is that, how about Mr. Robinson? The down payment issue, talk a little bit about that.
Well, the down payment issue is huge. And when we actually deal with and we look deeply at issues of wealth, this is where issues of wealth play in a very clear way. And there's a lot of talk around education and around sort of hard work. And you can't educate and hard work yourself out of wealth gaps. You simply cannot. A study by the National Asset Scorecard found that even with college degrees, even with college degrees, Black Americans still had about 33% less wealth than white families whose heads dropped out of high school. That 33%, that is the investment. And this conversation that we can simply educate ourselves out of systemic racism, but stands directly in face of the actual data, and the actual data of young people who are in first grade, who are in kindergarten right now, and are moving into a society that's going to treat them very differently, with very different results, with systems that will treat them differently. Our system is not broken. It's operating the way it's designed, and we have to do the work to actually fix it.
Well, that's what I would agree with very, very much. Everything you said, the last part in particular, I think that Ms. Gonzalez-Brito said it. Instead of, most people of color have to overcome these barriers. We should remove them. Remove the barriers. That's the whole point. And that's why I think these bills are so important. And I guess I would lastly add this, that the wealth that a lot of people have been able to accumulate generationally, you're able to give then your kids a down payment. But if you weren't able to do that because of historic racism, then you don't have the ability to give your kids the down payment that they need to buy a house. And that's something that we should address, because a lot of that comes directly from the racist laws that we have in practice. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Bailey, for your testimony today. My question to you is, do banks have a responsibility to make decisions about whether to provide a person with financial services on the basis of impartial criteria, free from prejudice or favoritism?
Banks have a responsibility to comply with our nation's fair lending law, sir.
Mr. Robinson, should banks be allowed to engage in a strategy of total avoidance of an entire category of customers, even if those customers are creditworthy?
No, they should not be able to. They should comply with the law.
Mr. Yang, and I appreciate, Mr. Robinson, your testimony as well. Mr. Yang, should a bank ever predicate access to financial services on factors or information other than quantitative, impartial, risk-based standards?
Well, banks should follow the law as they currently exist and as we can improve them.
So to the three witnesses that just answered that question, should prejudice or favoritism be in any way part of decisions about providing financial services? And any one of you can answer that question.
So why don't I kick off? I think what we have to understand, and we're having this conversation about systemic issues, is that some families actually received a benefit that really helped them have an economic cushion to weather financial change. So when we're talking about racial justice and racial equity in lending, we're not pitting one community against the other. In fact, we're trying to lift up the entire system.
Well, again, Ms. Bailey, if I can reclaim my time, prejudice and favoritism. It seems that your testimony, Ms. Bailey, Mr. Yang, and Mr. Robinson, is that banks have a responsibility to make decisions about providing financial services free from prejudice, free from favoritism. And here's my concern, Mr. Rowe, is that the Treasury Department is currently actively considering a policy to pressure banks to categorically deny credit to disfavored businesses, and specifically businesses that they deem to create risk to the financial system posed by climate change. Here's my concern for minority workers. My concern is that a recent estimate found that the total 1.3 million jobs in industry operations for investment in oil and gas, 27% were occupied by African Americans or Hispanics. 376,800 jobs in oil and gas. Mr. Rowe, would redlining that denies a minority-owned business or a business that employs minority workers be acceptable if that redlining is mandated by federal policy? For example, a policy issued by the Department of Treasury or another federal financial regulator, ostensibly to reduce the risk to the financial system posed by climate change.
Well, just in general, we should not have policies that discriminate on the basis of race. I mean, the Title VI provision of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 should hold across all of these policies.
Well, I think that's very important. I think it's an admonition to the Biden administration Treasury, to the Fed, to other financial regulators that when they pressure financial firms to categorically deny access to credit to certain industries, including industries that employ high numbers of minorities, that is akin to the kind of racial discrimination, the kind of redlining that our witnesses today are fighting. And I applaud the witnesses for opposing redlining. And I think we ought to oppose redlining in all forms, including blatant policies of discrimination against broad categories of industries, not based on credit risk, but based on avoiding financial services to broad categories of customers because they're politically incorrect. And I think that is very, very important. Final quick question to you, Mr. Rowe. Rural banking, I'm worried that in the last decade, 51% of counties saw a net decline in bank branches, and that especially affected rural counties. We saw 50% of branches closing in deeply affected counties. 89% of those counties were rural, including in my district. What can we do to increase access to banking and financial services in those rural counties, Mr. Rowe?
Well, again, I'm not an expert on rural, but similar belief that if you look at rural counties, outcomes flag, I would make a first investment in strengthening schools in those areas.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, who is also the chair of the subcommittee on consumer protection and financial institutions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And if I ask some questions that go over some old ground, I apologize. I was on the phone with a bank CEO talking to that CEO about diversity in their senior leadership. So, Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, I'd like to start with you. And you touched on this in your opening remarks, and you may have asked some questions, or you may have answered some other questions. But the Office of the Comptroller of Currency finalized a rule making significant changes to the CRA. OCC's approach has faced criticism from public interest groups, including yours. Would you like to comment on what went wrong in the OCC's approach, and how is the Federal Reserve's approach different?
Thank you for that question. So one of the concerns that we had with the OCC's approach is that they really disregarded the comments by the public, and that was not only evident in how quickly they turned around the rule with thousands of comments that had been submitted, but also in that they then put forward a rule that would actually diminish the community input as CRA was implemented going forward. And then, as I mentioned earlier, ending CRA-grade inflation, ensuring a race-just CRA, to use Mr. Robinson's words. And then, with the Federal Reserve, we would like to see, we do see a proposed rule that takes into account race, but it doesn't go far enough. We want to ensure that the Federal Reserve both unifies all three agencies together and that they all come out with the same rule, but that they actually begin to measure whether banks are actually serving, lending, and investing to communities of color, and that they take that into account in their CRA exams and as they evaluate banks.
Thank you for that answer. You covered the other question I was going to ask you about the differences among the OCC, the Fed, and the others. So thanks. My next question really is more general in nature for Mr. Robinson, Mr. Rowe, and Mr. Yang. And I guess the concern I have and what I felt you left out, Mr. Rowe, in your list of factors. You talked about education and community and that. But what I'm hearing from pretty much everybody, that there is the factor of history slash inertia that sort of perpetuates things, whether you think you're doing it or not. So, Mr. Robinson, you kind of had talked about that. I mean, you know, the wealth gap and not having money for a down payment. Can you expand on sort of the history and the inertia that puts people behind? And that's why you need diverse individuals in senior leadership.
Well, we have a situation where there are a lot of winners in our economy that have won because the rules have been designed for them to win. And then we set up this sort of an analysis that they've won because they have done something so much better than other folks that have been held behind. And this conversation, right, about how we move forward, how we do the investments, how we do the enforcement, how we actually have diversity in the enforcement is critical to actually getting results that provide opportunity for everyone. Right now, our system has produced a whole set of inequality and has been manufactured. And the choice for Congress is how do we actually use the tools of policy and use the tools of enforcement to actually move this country forward? And there is so much opportunity here to actually do that if we, as so many of the representatives stated in their opening statements or in their questions, that they agree that racism exists. If we agree that racism exists, and we can see that a Black college-educated household has less wealth than a white dropout household, then we actually have to do something about it and not just tell people to work harder, fight harder, or entrepreneur better.
If I might briefly add, when we're talking about that history, we need to include that Asian Americans lost land, Japanese Americans lost land in World War II because of so-called dual loyalties to Japan. We've had exclusionary land laws. So we need to make sure we understand that history and understand what data we need now to drive that policy forward. And there I want to emphasize that the Asian American community is largely invisible to everyone in terms of what it is that our community needs. And we need more investment in that community.
Mr. Rowe, I'm sorry I won't get to you. I yield back to the chair.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Competition, innovation, and free markets are the keys to building net worth and ending the racial wealth disparities in this country. We need to be reducing regulations and bringing down taxes so the individuals have more opportunities to take control of their own futures. Now, we've already seen this. We saw it happen during the Trump administration when African American unemployment was at an all-time low. Hispanic unemployment was at an all-time low. Female unemployment was at an all-time low. Employers had to compete for workers. I had to do that very thing in my business, which raised wages. Banks were willing to lend money at low interest rates so people could get loans, and entrepreneurs did not have to worry about crushing regulations so they could take a chance and bet on themselves. We should be focusing our attention on these policies that have a proven record of success. So my question to begin with, Mr. Rowe, can you talk about how the free markets can help build people up instead of having the government try to legislate equity and put them down?
Well, the basis of a free market starts with strong families and strong schools and usually a faith commitment. I mean, Mr. Robinson is right when we say education alone is not the only answer here. That said, if we study the success of people of all races, what were the series of decisions that allowed them to flourish in a free market? The foundation of that was high quality schools. Then it's full-time work of any kind, just so you learn the dignity and discipline of work, and the timing of family formation, it matters. This series of decisions, there's no silver bullet here, but if we want our citizens to be able to flourish in a free market, have access to capital, to buy a home, to start a business, to pay for college, we have to start thinking about these issues much earlier. And I think school choice is one of several interventions that are crucial to a long-term solution.
Thank you for those comments. Also, Mr. Rowe, your testimony talked a lot about education and the importance of teaching our children a strong work ethic and dignity of work. I completely agree with you on that. that we need to be instilling these values in our children so they can grow up knowing they can be successful in America, regardless of the circumstances they were born into. One thing I think we must recognize is that the traditional school is not for everyone. Not every child succeeds at writing reports and doing endless math problems, and it doesn't help these individuals take on debt and struggle through the four-year college to get a degree. We see plenty of that. I've been advocating for more career and technical education programs to be available to high school students so they realize they don't need to go to college to make it in America. There will always be demand for plumbers, electricians, and other skilled workers across the country, and we needed a lot of that in Texas last week. So, Mr. Rowe, do you have any thoughts on how we can better educate high school students about the options they have available to them other than a traditional four-year college education?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm launching a new network of international baccalaureate high schools that will have two pathways. One is the diploma pathway, and the other is called the careers pathway. The diploma pathway will be designed for more traditional access to a four-year college university. The other pathway, which the students can choose at the end of 10th grade, they can choose a particular industry sector. When I went to Brooklyn Tech, there were 18 different majors. I majored in electrical engineering in high school. In the high school that we're now launching, we're going to start with computer science, construction/architecture, and probably a media component. And the idea is to have corporate partners in each that you can have internships during high school so that if you choose at the end of 4 years of high school, you can get an industry credential with the labor market value, meaning you can get a good paying job right out of high school. Parents need the power to be able to choose great schools like that if that's what they want for their kids. And again, it's not just about education, but it is a foundational element to everything that ultimately will be in the control of a young person to decide how they do want to be a master of their own destiny.
Well, that's well said. We have millions of children dropping out of school in the ninth grade across the country, and frankly, my state of Texas, and they're losing hope, and they shouldn't. And what you're talking about and what I'm talking about can get them through where they hire their friends when they get out of school, have a degree, start a business, become a taxpayer. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I yield my time back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Lawson, is now recognized for 5 minutes. What's happening? Mr. Lawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you close that door over there for me, please? I'm real happy that you're having this hearing, and I want to welcome the panel here. And my first question is to the whole panel to respond, and it's access to capital, credit, and financial services is often based off a person's credit score. In this community, we have discussed, in this committee, we have discussed other options such as character assessment. It's a very important word, character assessment. Our community developed corporations, in South Florida had used character loan process instead of credit scores to make housing related loans without a single default in 14 years. And I saw earlier Congressman Posey on there, and he's probably familiar with this because we work together in the Florida legislature. Kentucky community developed financial institutions have used character loans to make 1,500 small business loans. There are more than 100 businesses led by that entrepreneurship in their local chamber of commerce. Do you believe people with long-standing relationships with borrowers, rather than poorly understood algorithm-based credit scores, can and should be used rather than credit scores to help secure loans and promote access to capital? What do you see as the benefits, and what do you see as the pitfalls, if any? And that's for the whole panel.
Great. Thank you for the question. I would agree that character should be an important part. And for much of our nation's history, when homeownership opportunities were extended, that's how many white families had an opportunity to get into the mortgage system. Their credit and their character were determined to help really fund and make those determinations. Credit scoring is a really new phenomenon. It's part of our first kind of artificial intelligence that we like to think about, and it bakes in the history of discrimination. So another panel had a hearing, and one of the panelists there said something along the lines of that wealth begets wealth and a lack of wealth begets a lack of wealth. Well, our credit scoring systems actually mirror that. They factor in a great deal of the history of wealth and the history of discrimination. So I think you're highlighting something that really is critical, and we need to see other variables taken into credit scoring. Home ownership is most amenable to renting. For many families, their rental history is not even a factor in their ultimate credit score. So you're definitely taking us in the right direction when you're getting us to consider what the 5 C's of credit should really include, including character or other evaluations that are not discriminatory and that perpetuate discrimination in the way that credit scoring does.
Okay, next.
I would just agree with Ms. Bailey to not take more time. I think she hit the nail right on the head.
Okay, I'd like to know what Mr. Rowe will say about this.
Well, if you're referring to the ability for local banks who have a deep relationship in the community, know the residents, absolutely you'd want them to take into account a full set of information to make decisions, because after all, we need these banks to be going concerns and making good investments and good loans. And so to the degree that they're, and again, running schools in the heart of the South Bronx, I know many local entrepreneurs that I would invest in that the credit score would just be one piece of information, but that's the power of local decision making. So if that's what you're talking about, absolutely, that would be a good local bank that's having a generative impact in the local community.
Okay, anyone else would like to respond?
If I just may get back at this point about education, I really need to stress that education has not served as the great equalizer. Unfortunately, as Mr. Robinson has pointed out, we know that Black students typically graduate with greater levels of debt, and that even after graduation, they see their debt loads increase. We also know that many white students get funding from their parents because of intergenerational wealth transfers to pay for their college education. And unfortunately, for many Black and Latino and Hispanic students, they actually end up having to support their families post-graduation. We also know broader societal discrimination means that these people are also going to be paid less, so that historically we've seen them not be able to accumulate the types of down payments from their savings because of overall systemic discrimination.
Okay, well, that's really great. And so in a follow-up to you, I know my time is getting close, is with the situation that was talked about earlier, student loan debt, do you, well, my time's running, I yield back, but
Thank you.
I'll try to get that later.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank my colleagues and thank our panel for this good, candid, robust discussion of a super important aspect of our public policy responsibility at the House Financial Services Committee. I've learned a lot in this hearing, and again, thank the panel for their participation. Let me start by saying that everybody in our committee, Democrat, Republican, old, young, rejects racism, and we know our federal laws and our regulatory body, particularly since the 1960s and the Civil Rights Act forward, have done an outstanding job in creating a culture and a demand that people do not discriminate in financial services. And yet the problem is challenging and the problem can persist. So let's all agree that we're all working within our regulatory and legal system to root out discrimination in financial services. Let me also say, as someone who spent really the better part of my career in financial services since the 1970s, I have to say that banks and brokerage firms work very hard to fully comply with their moral obligation and their per se and de jure obligations under those laws. Of course, there are bad actors out there, and that's why we go after them legally and through all the efforts that we've talked about today. My friend, Mr. Lawson, talked about credit scoring, and I really enjoyed the character lending discussion. I have to say, in my 4 decades of community banking, character loans have become fewer for a person of any age, race, or sex. They've been essentially ground out of the system by regulation, essentially to eliminate them, to be perfectly candid. So I'm glad Mr. Lawson has an instance where through a community development foundation or some unique focus they're being made. I think they are a big, important part of getting started in business for any person. But due to consumer compliance rules, they're effectively have been eliminated. And on credit score, that's part of removing character from it or reducing it and really going to the math of credit scoring. I agree that that should be improved. I've had bills to expand these information available for a credit score, such as on-time rental payments or insurance payments or utility bills. These are ways to enhance credit score information. Mr. Rowe, do you support that kind of enhancement to our traditional look at credit scores?
Yeah, I think, to some degree, it introduces a level of subjectivity, but as we spoke about before, banks need the freedom to make informed decisions, which could include credit scores, deep relationships, track records, consortiums, the innovation of the people coming forward. So I think I'd be very much open to that, because I think that's the essence, especially of local decision making, where you can take into account much more factors than, frankly, people at the federal government can decide or know better what better investments are.
Thank you for that. Well, also, I looked at the bill list attached to this hearing. I was disappointed, like my friend David Scott and my good friend Dr. Foster, that our financial literacy bills were not attached. I was an original co-sponsor of both Representative Foster and Representative Scott's financial literacy bills. Those are good bills, and they help build that economic literacy that we need. Mr. Rowe, I was really intrigued by your comments about charter schools. We have public charter schools in Little Rock. They've been a great enhancer to low-income students' access to a quality education in my home area of Little Rock, Arkansas. But we're also doing something that perhaps you've inspired. We are taking for the 44,000 students in Little Rock, North Little Rock, Pulaski County schools, and we're completely changing their curriculum. And these are predominantly minority school districts now in these public school systems in that county. And the Ford NGL, where we're going to mix both workforce inspiration, career development, and financial literacy and economic education, all in a mandated curriculum for those schools K through 12. Is that something that you think is a direction other school districts are using?
I think that's a wise direction to create more choice within the public school system. College is not the mandated destination for every single student. And frankly, as a country, we have less than 40% of people with college degrees as it is. So it's just being practical to recognize that our curriculum, our school system, should be designed to create choice for the graduates who get out, which means parents need choice, the types of schools that they would like kids to attend.
Appreciate your response, and thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Guam, Mr. San Nicolas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am the delegate from Guam, a U.S. territory, and we are all Americans. I want to begin first by recognizing you, Madam Chair. You are the first chairwoman to bring a territory onto an exclusive committee, this Financial Services Committee. You brought Guam to the table, you brought territories to the table. I'm also the only Asian American Pacific Islander on this committee. And so as we discuss these bills, and as we discuss the topic of this hearing, I think that our presence here with Guam in this committee is proof positive of the importance of us to really focus on bringing diversity into leadership, because the voices and the advocacy can absolutely be transformative in the perspectives that we are all considering when we are developing policy here in this committee and throughout this country. And I preface all of this because the stain of history, the stain of racism, does not go away just because we've now changed the policies that have made those realities occur in the past. Those stains still remain. And case in point is the mere fact that even today, a member of Congress still referred to Guam as a foreign country and made a claim that we should not be getting aid under the COVID packages that this body has been entertaining. And I'd like to thank my colleagues on this committee, and I'd like to thank you, Madam Chairwoman. You know I reach out to you regularly for all of your help in making sure the territories and all Americans, regardless of where we live or what our ethnicities are included in these relief packages. These stains that do not go away are stains that still remain in our financial system. And so I wanted to afford our witnesses an opportunity to speak specifically to that, because the legislation that we are entertaining in this hearing and the discussions that we are having in this hearing aren't just to address discrimination and racism today, but it's also to address this stain that has held back people for generations. If you've been redlined in the past, just because you're not redlined today doesn't mean that you didn't suffer the lack of appreciation in your real estate that's now putting you at a disadvantage if you want to go and move to a better school district. Those kind of historical stains are things we still need to address today. And so I'd like to begin with my fellow AAPI, Mr. Yang, and afford him the opportunity to speak toward these stains and what we need to do today to address them.
Now, thank you very much for that question. That's absolutely right. All of us bring together the history of discrimination that all of us have suffered in disparate ways. But it's important to recognize that. I mentioned the fact that Japanese Americans' property, their businesses were taken away in World War II because of Japanese incarceration. I mentioned the exclusionary land laws that did not allow Asian Americans to own land. The fact that Asian Americans could not become citizens until around World War II in many parts also created a situation where we could not own land or even rent property at times. So that's part of the history, is that it's actually in many cases very recent history that we are combating. So that has an effect that we must remember. The other aspect I would want to mention is that just as Representative Huizenga talked about his learned experiences, his lived experiences as a realtor, which are valuable to this committee, all of our lived experiences as people of color is important for this committee to remember as we think about those policies. And then the last thing I would say is I appreciate Representative San Nicolas in lifting up to make sure that Asian American community is not invisible in all of this. The Pacific Islander community is not invisible, and also the Native American community. We have not talked at all about them yet, but with respect to financial services, with respect to housing, there are dramatic needs that should be addressed there that I would ask this committee to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. This year, 2021, marks the 500th year of colonialism on Guam, with Ferdinand Magellan planting his flag on March 6th of this month and making Guam a colony of Spain. And so, Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, we are also brethren as people who can trace our lineage back to colonialism. Can you also speak towards these historical stains and the need for us to do what we can to make things right today?
Thank you so much for that question. I mean, we are the survivors of genocide and colonialism, and we carry that in our DNA, and both in the struggles that we wage today. And that's why I think when we think about land and displacement, that's the struggle that continues for generations and hundreds of years. I want to say something about what Representative Barr said earlier. Oh, I'm sorry, out of time.
I'm sorry, but time is over, and I have to get to Mr. Davidson, who's now recognized for 5 minutes, but thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you for recognizing me, and just thanks for holding the hearing. Obviously, a very important topic for our country And, Lord willing, our nation will at some point heal from the racism. And part of that, it means acknowledging it, but the other part of it means taking a different course in policies. One of the things that seems common sense to me is that, racism today isn't a way to heal past racism. So, I think it's important that we look at the policies that we're talking about today and look at the disparity in race and address root causes. So, for a long time in our country's history, obviously, race at our founding, race was supposed to be addressed after the Civil War, and Reconstruction failed. And that resulted in 100 years later, the Civil Rights Movement. We've come a long way. We still have a long way to go. And right now, it's not the official policy of the federal government, for example, to segregate in their housing policy. But we know we have disparate effects as a result of some of our policies. It clearly wasn't the official policy of the payroll protection plan to slow walk forgiveness of loans for anyone. But I noticed that minority communities are particularly struggling with having their payroll protection plan loans forgiven. I'm curious why that is. And part of the issue is structural, right? So we put the incentives for the banks that make these loans to get them out quickly. They got paid for making the loans. And then we followed up with multiple iterations of variations on the original payroll protection plan. And we made it so banks could continue making payroll protection plan loans. Even in this latest bill, I tried to offer an amendment to bills at the end of the year in this most recent one, and was not permitted to offer an amendment that would have said, if banks want to make a loan under these new terms, they have to have at least 80% of their book of existing payroll protection plans loans made. We didn't have a process that allowed that kind of debate and dialogue. And I think that's why it's important that this legislative body actually function, not just as a power play for the majority, but so that every member has the opportunity to represent his or her district and get a discussion and a vote on some of these amendments. I think that's one that would have passed, because what we see is in payroll protection plan loans, we have far too many that aren't yet forgiven, and businesses cannot move forward with new loans if they haven't been able to get the previous ones forgiven. And the reality is that is hitting the African-American community harder than it is other communities. But it's hitting all of our businesses. In the 8th District of Ohio, the payroll protection plan was very successful. We made about 9,000 loans out of the program. 80% of them were for $150,000 or less. And those loans kept over 100,000 people in our district on payroll. Well, what did that mean? Well, not only were they getting a paycheck, regardless of how the overall business was performing at the time, they were largely continuing to get their healthcare benefits and other benefits with the workplace. And so as conditions have improved, in some cases far faster than the policies imposed by governors have improved, the business was in a position to recover more quickly because their workforce was there. Now, to keep those businesses healthy, regardless of the level of diversity in the business, they've got to be able to get these loans forgiven and be able to get back to having a strong balance sheet. We have to get our economy open, and we should do that in a way that recognizes the impact. When you think about it, we've talked a lot about financial literacy, and that's an incredibly important topic for all Americans. Minority communities seem particularly underserved. And in our committee, we've talked a lot about board diversity, particularly with publicly traded companies. Mr. Rowe, do you believe that race and gender are the most important forms of diversity in building a board composition? Do you believe there are other aspects of background where a variety of viewpoints or experience should be treated as important characteristics of diversity?
Well, yeah, diversity has several prefixes. You could have racial diversity, gender diversity, viewpoint diversity. I think most boards have to determine for themselves what's the expertise that they want to achieve that will be most beneficial to their business I happen to run schools almost exclusively kids of color, so we're going to be developing lots of talent for those organizations that want a more racially diverse component to their boards.
Thank you for
Thank
that.
you.
I just note that the Supreme Court finally got someone who wasn't an Ivy League graduate, and I think that's an
The
important form of
gentleman's time
diversity.
has expired.
I yield.
The gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Axney, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today about this important topic, especially after the year we've seen. The disparities after our partial recovery so far have been enormous, and we've got to address these things if we truly want to see an equitable recovery. I'll tell you, it's tremendously disheartening to see statistics that the black-white wealth gap is the same as it was in 1968. Just as wide, and with the median household income for white families having 11 times that than the median black household, even before the pandemic. So it's time we look at solutions wherever we can. Just a couple weeks ago, I had a roundtable with a group of Black business owners in Iowa, and one of the most consistent themes was that they all came to the table saying they couldn't get access to credit for their businesses. Just this morning, I had a conversation with a young man who's extremely talented, Marquez. He's a music artist, but he's also now moving into entrepreneurship for the development of whiskey. He had a $250,000 profit purchase order through one of our grocery stores. That's a very well-known grocery store that folks would know are going to pay this guy and they're going to sell it if he can get the loan. But he needed about $50,000 in materials to produce it, and he could not get a loan anywhere. This is the kind of problem that we're facing across this country and in states like Iowa. So, Mr. Robinson, in your experience, what are some of the reasons for this disparity, and what do you think are some of the possible options?
Well, one of the main reasons for the disparity is that we don't have clear enforcement or accountability. We have rules on the books, and some of them are deeply inadequate, but there is not the level of accountability and consequence when institutions discriminate. There's not the evaluation and amplification of that. And then there is a kind of culture of denial around what we clearly see in front of our face, which is a situation that produces time and time again different outcomes. And then we search as a country for reasons to explain it that are outside of the things that sit right in front of our face, which is when racial discrimination sort of consistently exists, we see different outcomes for the communities that are harmed and targeted. And,
Well,
you know, and the other thing I will just say is that we will explain the problem the wrong way. We will say Black people are less likely to get a loan from the bank instead of saying banks are less likely to give loans to Black people, thereby concentrating on what's wrong with Black people rather than dealing with the structural challenges inside of our banks.
Thank you for restating that in the way that it should. And we all should make sure that we talk about it from that perspective as well. One other question I wanted to ask you, I've got some experience in HR, and I know that I've had concerns about algorithms that kick people out of getting jobs. I know that they're looking at algorithms now for banks to be able to look at applications, you know, to come in. And I have a feeling that if we don't get this credit opportunity figured out, they're going to create algorithms that automatically go into place in banks. Do you see this as an issue that that you're hearing about, and how do you think we can address this?
Well, we already know, whether it is the big technology platforms, whether it is the sort of data mining companies and the companies that sell data, that there are deep challenges in how they both set up their structures and how those structures then deliver their products. And time again, we will see all sorts of discrimination. We have seen lawsuits from that have had to be settled by some of these companies, from the ACLU, the National Housing Coalition, and others. And so time and time again, we recognize that what ends up happening is bad data in becomes bad data out, because we have these ideas about risk, these ideas about who is worthy, and that gets baked into the data. So we, in some ways, what this technology does is it just allows us in many ways to discriminate quicker and to discriminate sort of at a deeper and higher level, because the technology just allows us to move more expeditiously.
And I think overlook some great opportunities, not just for those individuals, but for our communities as a whole. So I appreciate you saying that. One more question for you. Are some efforts more successful in areas with larger minority communities rather than in ones where we have smaller minority populations like Iowa? We don't have a lot of MDIs, so I'm wondering what you think in states like ours would work best.
Well, I do think that this is actually where innovation and the partnership between communities and institutions will be very helpful. I do think that you're absolutely right. As someone that grew up in a more rural community, we did not have this kind of community banking institutions, and my family's sort of path to middle, from poor to working class to middle class, couldn't include those institutions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Budd, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, Mr. Rowe, for being here. Mr. Rowe, your testimony mentioned something called the success sequence as a method of reducing or avoiding poverty. So I understand that the first element of this sequence is just earning a high school degree, and that the data certainly supports that when you consider that without a high school diploma, those that are unbanked, again, the ones without a diploma that are unbanked is about 21%, but those with a high school diploma are unbanked at only 8.1%. So what are the next steps in the success sequence?
So the reason I speak so much about the success sequence, if you're in a low-income community, the challenges are real from a whole host of issues, whether it's issues of race, issues of poverty. And so the mechanism by which you can start getting on the rung of success is a really good school. And that's why school of choice matters. But even that is still not enough. After school, as you now make your passage into young adulthood, work, just so you learn the dignity and discipline of what it means to have to get up every single day to earn a living. And then if you want to start a family, the evidence shows that marriage before children has a significant impact on your likelihood of economic success. That's not saying we shouldn't also be looking at structural barriers to reduce, but we need both. We need both elements as part of the equation here. And so I often find in these discussions, there's such a focus on the systemic barriers that the kids in my schools can start to hear this overwhelming message that they don't have the ability to succeed. And the reality is that there are millions of people of color succeeding in our country today, and we need to learn from success. What are the strategies that they have deployed? And the success sequence is one part of data that suggests that young people should at least know that these sets of behaviors in their control can have a significant impact on their access to middle class or beyond.
Thank you. Let's talk about income disparity for a moment. A lot of the topics that both sides of the aisle today have been talking about. And we see that unemployment for Black communities was approximately twice that of white communities. So a gap that's been around since 1972, maybe even 1968, when my colleague from Iowa was referring to a few minutes ago. And that's when the BLS, 1972, when the to use the government to control equality of outcomes? Or do you think more people would be better off if the government stuck to ensuring the quality of opportunity? Which one do you think helps us get out of poverty more? It seems, and I'll just insert, I've heard a lot of bad ideas floating around this morning, this early afternoon, and I just wanted to get your take on that.
Yeah, oftentimes I think it's really important to lay out what the definitions are that we're speaking of. Oftentimes when I hear the word equity, I think that people do mean equality of outcomes, closing racial disparities, which either mean Black kids have to equal whites, or Blacks have to equal their percentage representation within the larger community. Either way, both of those are placing artificial ceilings on the ability for Black kids or kids of any race to be successful. I think we need to live in an opportunity society where the goal is excellence for all, not equal mediocre outcomes. And I think so that's a fundamental element. You know, we just celebrated Hank Aaron about a month ago, the life and legacy. The reason we celebrate his life and legacy is that he broke Babe Ruth's home run record. We didn't celebrate him because he equaled it. We didn't say, now that you're at 744, okay, Hank, stop swinging for the fences. we said continue to demonstrate excellence. It's kind of a funny metaphor, but I think we have to have a focus on opportunity and excellence for all, not equity of equal mediocrity.
Thank you. Last question. You know, about 9% of the unbanked use peer-to-peer electronic payment systems. And then we're seeing that mobile payments are really going through the roof. They predict between 2 billion transactions between 2018 and 2023. I'm encouraged to see that the FDIC has noticed this growth trend, as well as recently appointed its first chief innovation officer. Do you think these things can help unbanked communities?
I'm all for ideas like that. You know, let's be out of the box. Part of the reason we set up college savings accounts for our 4-year-olds and match that every single year all the way through 8th grade, that it helps to build this idea of financial literacy and saving. So lots of different ideas to encourage saving from the earliest stages.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much to our speakers. Mr. Robinson, I have 2 questions for you, and I want to say that in advance because they're big, meaty questions, and 5 minutes is completely unfair. So if any of this is reasonable, let's follow up afterwards, and if you've got more to say than is here. I wanted to ask you these questions mostly because of your expertise, but also because I think we got similar roots. I heard you say you grew up in Long Island. I grew up in Westchester County. Haven't lived there since the 80s, so a little bit older than you. But I went to a school district growing up that was exceedingly diverse. Majority of the students were African American. The majority of the white students were Jewish. The majority of the non-Jewish white students were Italian. As I joke, I learned how to break dance at bar mitzvahs. That was my youth growing up. Notwithstanding Mr. Huzienga's comments about, good schools attract, wealthy people to move there and good real estate, my experience is that that's got the cart before the horse. Because my school on any testing metric was not a good school. I learned a ton from the diversity that was there, but the diversity was the result of decisions made before I ever got there, where school district boundaries were drawn, exclusionary zoning rules, decisions about busing in the 60s. And as I look through, the teachers were good. This isn't a question that sort of testing or choice would have solved the problem. We had good teachers, we had good students. We just were massively under-resourced. And I got a gut punch when I went back to visit my middle school, go speak to some students there. I hadn't been there since 1985. The building looked exactly the same. There had been no meaningful infrastructure investments in that building. And I tell you that story to get to my first question for you. So many of these structural inequities in housing are the result of a whole lot of local decisions. And so if you're if you're king and you got a magic wand and you got 1, maybe 2 ideas, and realizing I'm about to ask you another question, what would be a good federal policy to put pressure on local jurisdictions to address some of the underlying causes of these inequities?
Well, and I think my other colleagues might have something to add here, but I would say that it has to include real resources. It has to include evaluation and oversight, and then it has to include enforcement. To a statement that Mr. Rowe made a little bit earlier about Hank Aaron beating the record of Babe Ruth. Hank Aaron actually had to be able to be in Major League Baseball in order to beat that record. It means nothing if he wasn't actually in the league. And part of what we're dealing with time and time again is that we're not in the league. We're not actually at the table. We're not actually allowed to be part of the conversation. You can't beat a record. You can't win if you're not even part of the game.
So second question, and I got to tell another little story here. When I moved out to Illinois, I had a couple of young kids, and I'm a middle-class white dude, if it's not obvious to you. And so I looked for places with good schools because everybody said that was good for real estate. And I also looked for places that had a lot of diversity because it shaped so much of who I was as a kid and wanted the same opportunities for my kids. And I picked a town to live in because it had good schools and good diversity. And once I moved there, realized that the town itself is diverse, but the neighborhoods are not. And so I am in the part of town with good schools. I'm not in the part of town that's got really good diversity. And the question for you is, given how important it is for people, as I think a number of my colleagues have mentioned, you want to live in places where there's good schools. You want to live in places where real estate values go up over time. But we don't measure the value of going to school with all the diversity that I had as a kid and the way that it shaped me growing up. And I wonder if you have thoughts that are not germane to this committee, but how should we evaluate schools that recognize the value of that diversity as distinct from, as my social one of my teachers said, who changed districts, he said, all of a sudden I was a much better teacher, not because I changed, but because the students I was teaching changed. So how do we better evaluate schools?
Well, I think we do have to evaluate schools on how they're preparing people to enter a world that is increasingly diverse, that has demands on our ability to engage with people from different backgrounds. And that's part of what success sort of looks like. I think that the sort of ways in which we evaluate, the tools that we use to evaluate, the ways in which we think about what success looks like, we get to choose those. And we get to place value on those things. And if we say we value diversity, then we should put energy behind actually valuing it.
Thank you so much. And I'm out of time. I yield back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gonzalez, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for holding this hearing, and thank you to the witnesses who've joined us today. Mr. Rowe, I especially want to thank you for all the work that you've put into your community to change the lives of countless young men. You're the incentive individual agency to achieve upward mobility report that you released really resonated with me. So I'm son of immigrants. My father immigrated here from Cuba in 1960. When he married my mother, I think they had $12 to their name, and have built a very nice life for themselves and their family. And when you focus on education, family structure, and work, it reminds me exactly of what my childhood was like, and what my parents instilled in their kids, and what I hope to instill in my own children. And so my first question would be, with respect to the education, family structure, work framework, is this a practice that you employ within your schools? And how is that message received relative to the other messaging that's coming into our minority communities?
Yep, thank you for the question. I mean, part of the reason that I run schools is to Mr. Robinson's comment about Hank Aaron. We need our kids to be part of the game. And if you're in a school system where literally single-digit percentages of kids are graduating from high school with the ability to do reading and math at a college level, you're not in the game. You are not in the game. And so it's really important that we stress the foundational elements that have typified success in our multiracial, multi-ethnic society. And so that's why things like the success sequence are so important. When I was studying some of the best high schools in the country, I went down to New Orleans and visited a collegiate school, some ninth graders, exclusively low-income kids. And I said, we're designing this great school for the South Bronx, another high school, and there's information about a series of decisions that when people follow them, 97% of people who are in poverty have not achieved them. Would you like to know? And they said, these are ninth graders. Of course we would like to know. And I said, well, there's some people who think that maybe it's not the right thing to do. It might be patronizing. They looked at me like I had 3 eyes or 3 heads. They wanted to know. And so the whole idea of teaching the series of decisions that have a greater likelihood to achieve economic success in your own life, to me, should become a central part of every curricula in the country. That's not a silver bullet solution. That is alongside a whole set of strategies. But it is not up to us to deprive kids of the very information that could unleash them to become part of the game.
Thank you. And I want to shift to the means-tested baby bonds portion of your testimony. I think it's a really compelling idea. I really do. When you look at the way the market's performed since 2009, it's up 26%, 15%, 2%, 16%, 32%, 13%. Basically only went down once. And that far outpaces labor, returns to labor. And so I think it's a compelling issue. And I hope that I can find some folks to work on it with me to the extent that we can find a compromise there. I want to ask you specific to home ownership and how you think a program like a means-tested baby bonds program would improve home ownership for low-income individuals across the country, and how you would structure that program.
Sure. I'm particularly excited by means-tested baby bonds because I actually think it has the ability to attract bipartisan support. This type of legislation has been talked about in different ways. I know Senator Cory Booker is supportive of this and others. And back in 2004, 2003, when this legislation was considered, imagine if it had passed, you would have now all 18-year-olds in this country and successive 18-year-olds who would now have, based on the markets, probably somewhere between $50,000 to $70,000, where they could choose to pay for tuition, make a down payment on a home, or start a business. So that's good. In addition, it's a type of legislation that's inherently future-oriented, so that a young person knows that they'll actually have a nest egg down the road. That's something a lot of our low-income families don't have, and I think means-tested baby bonds could be a pathway there.
Thank you. And with my remaining 5 seconds, I'd like to challenge Mr. Caston to a breakdancing competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleagues and our witnesses today for their vigorous endorsement of baby bonds, the American Opportunity Act. I'm the lead sponsor of that in the House in partnership with Senator Booker, so I will certainly be following up with folks on that. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for holding this important hearing. And again, thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today. Despite the passage of the Fair Housing Act over a century ago, the National Fair Housing Alliance estimates that 4 million people in the U.S. still experience discrimination in housing each year. A 2019 study in the greater Boston rental housing market that used matched pair testing found that Black renters experience discrimination at the hands of real estate agents and landlords in 71% of cases. This discrimination is not accidental. It is not coincidental. It is structural. One of the bills we are considering today, offered by my colleague, Congressman Al Green, would address this by increasing funding for Fair House Act enforcement and allow for coordinated fair housing investigations. Ms. Bailey, without federal intervention and increased enforcement of fair housing protections, such as that outlined in Mr. Green's bill, can we expect housing discrimination to just go away on its own? What are the real dangers to generations of Black renters and prospective homeowners if we do not correct this and make this investment?
We have to correct it, as you said, and thank you so much for the question, because this is really about those ladders of opportunity that we've talked about so much during this hearing, those ladders of opportunity that continue to miss our communities. Unfortunately, our nation's fair lending laws have yet to be fully enforced, and we often think about them as penalties. But here's an opportunity to think about our nation's fair lending laws as actually part of progress. The Equal Credit Act's Opportunity Act's special purpose credit programs actually are affirmative things that lenders can do to get at some of that underserved markets that we've seen so many of them make pledges over the summer about. So that we have these tools, and it's really time for lenders to really start using these tools. The special purpose credit program provisions under the Equal Credit Act actually allows lenders to look at the borrowers that they're not extending credit to and to come up with programs to actually target those borrowers. As I said earlier, we know that there are 3 million mortgage-ready Black consumers, more than 5 million mortgage-ready Latino consumers. And I wish I had the data on the mortgage-ready API consumers. We've often pushed for that, but that's another provision about why that data transparency is so important. Data collection and transparency tells us what's happening. We can't watch for discrimination if we don't know about it. The reason why we know so much about what's going on in the Asian American space around discrimination today is because people are actually able to report it to fair fair housing agencies. And I can't stop on this question without thanking you all for the great work that you did to include the Fair Housing Initiative's provisions in the Homeownership Assistance Fund bill. I think that is going to go a long way to make a difference. And this committee and its leadership is to be really commended and applauded for it.
Thank you, and thank you for lifting up the importance of data. I'm a firm believer that that which gets measured gets done, you know, it stops us from being complacent. You know, even when those statistics are so damning. The district that I represent, the median wealth for a Black Boston family is $8, and for a white family is $247,000, and that has so much to do, if not everything, with home ownership or lack thereof. So, thank you for your answer. Systemic racism must be met with intentional, decisive systemic solutions, and Congress has got to move with urgency to expand discrimination protections to include our LGBT plus neighbors and voucher holders, as we know that Black LGBT and Section 8 tenants face even more heightened barriers to secure a home. Now, while people of color experienced significant gains in home ownership leading up to the 2008 financial crisis, predatory lending and subsequent mass foreclosures wiped out much of my community's gains. So Black and brown households lost more wealth and recovered slower than white counterparts. And by 2019, we saw that Black home ownership rate dipped to its lowest levels since the Fair Housing Act outlawed housing discrimination in 1968. So Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, how can we make sure that there's equity in the wealth building potential of home ownership?
Well, we need to absolutely enforce the law, and we need to make it stronger. We need a strong DOJ, we need a strong CFPB, and we need a strong HUD, and we need transparency in the data. We have recently weakened the data. Ms. Bailey talked about data, but we excluded some of the smaller banks that are making less loans. So we want to make sure that all banks are included, all online lenders, and that we don't exclude anybody from having to report the lending that they're doing. Thank you so much for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Hollingsworth, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, good afternoon. I'm really excited about this hearing and appreciate all of our witnesses for appearing today, and certainly the chairwoman and ranking member for their effort to look at this very important issue. Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned in your testimony, both written and oral, about the urgent need for postal banking or government-owned banks. Tell me a little bit about how you envision that working.
Well, at this point, we know that the big banks are not serving our communities. I was looking at some data the other day. Mr. Rowe talked about, being in the game and that education is part of being in the game. But when I looked at the data, there's 14 banks in Black majority neighborhoods and 27 in white majority neighborhoods. So how can we be in the game when the banks are not even in our communities? So postal banking and public banks.
Can you clarify that? Can you be more clear in stating that government-owned banks elsewhere are doing a better job of reaching a broader range of communities, or are you just comparing the status quo in the United States?
What I'm saying is that the status quo is not working, that big banks don't serve our communities, and that public banks.
Claiming my time to be clear, are you then claiming that the postal banking system that you are saying the solution is going to be better? What evidence do you have anywhere around the world that the postal banking system or a government-owned banking system would be better than the existing system?
I heard a lot of you talk about innovation, and that seemed to be the key word today. As we talked about the need for racial equity to be that everybody said racism exists and innovation was the magic word today. So if we're going to talk about innovation in terms of how we're going to close these disparities, then public banking is one of the ways that we can do that. There's a post office in my neighborhood. I'm sure there's a post office in your neighborhood. And so, and then we know that, yes.
Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, reclaiming my time, two things are important to come out of that. Number one, evidence has piled up over decades showing that financial systems where government-owned banks exist have slower levels of financial innovation than their peer countries that don't have government banking.
I would disagree with that. If we look in North Dakota, they rolled out more PPP loans than any other state per worker than any other state in the United States.
My time, Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, rolling out PPP is not a definition of innovation, number one. Number two, North Dakota example has
No,
been
it's a
used over and
definition
over
of survival for small businesses.
reclaiming my time, and shown over and over again that the state of North Dakota earns a lower rate of return on its deposits. So its taxpayers are essentially subsidizing the banking system, which predominantly, by the way, lends to fossil fuel companies. I'm sure a problem that you would see. So just for clarity on this point, you say that you don't agree with that. Abundant economic research continues to show that government-owned banking systems deliver far less financial innovation and take far more risk and provide a lower rate of return for those that participate in the system.
Representative Hollingsworth, can I ask you the evidence that our banks are actually serving Black, Indigenous, and people of color currently?
Oh, that's a great question. I would love to work with you to find a solution to that problem. I have come at that over and over.
So the evidence is that they don't.
The answer cannot be a cure for the disease that is worse than the disease itself. You have to look
I would say that the disease right now is actually leading to people losing their jobs, losing their livelihood, and because of the economic impacts, Black and Latinos and Asian Americans are dying at a higher rate. So the disease is actually killing people in this moment during this pandemic. So I, for one, who am losing my neighbors, let's not talk about what it is that we are, that is at risk right now.
Reclaiming my time. Again, you failed to show that the proposed solution is any better than the current status quo. You failed to show anywhere demonstrably around the world where a postal banking system or a government-owned banking system has improved.
Mr. Hollingsworth, there are public banking advocates who would love to sit down with you and talk to you about Germany and places around the world where it does work. And we are willing to try this because at this point, our communities are suffering. And I'm sorry if you don't see that. Maybe I can take you to some of the areas where I work in East Oakland and East Los Angeles. And
as I said, I'm deeply sympathetic to the problem, but we can't come up with solutions that
But not
A, don't work,
sympathetic
and B,
enough.
don't solve the problem.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about housing. Our society has determined that education is so fundamental that it must be provided to every child. And even though none of us can survive without housing, our society has not yet determined that housing is so fundamental that every child must have a home. In New York City, there are 1 million students in the public school system, and more than 1/10 of those students, more than 100,000 of those students, have no stable, permanent housing. The subject of our hearing is equity, and a common refrain among Republicans is that what we need is not equity, but equality. What we need is not equality of outcome, but equality of opportunity. And I have a question about equality of opportunity in the housing context. If you're a child without a home, do you actually have equal opportunity? If you are a child lurching from one shelter to the next, lurching from one school to the next, in conditions of extreme housing instability, do you have anything resembling equality of opportunity? And that question is directed to Mr. Robinson.
Thank you for the question. And no, sir, you don't. And I think that, so often where we start out determines where we end up. Like I said in my opening, inequality is not unfortunate like a car accident. It is manufactured through a whole set of choices our government makes, and we can make choices that are better for our children if we care enough to actually remove those barriers and deal with the rules.
Use the keyword choice because I think much is said about individual responsibility and choice, and I certainly support individual responsibility. Mr. Robinson, have you ever met a child who chose to be poor?
No, sir, I have not.
In public housing, we have a lead poisoning crisis. Have you ever met a child who chose to be poisoned by lead?
No, sir, I have not.
And you're aware that lead poisoning has lifelong consequences through no fault of the child?
Absolutely.
My greatest passion in life is housing. And for me, the simple solution to homelessness is affordable housing. More affordable housing units would mean less homelessness. More housing vouchers would mean less homelessness. You know, we as the wealthiest country in the world, we have the resources to house every child in America, just like we educate every child in America. What is lacking is the political will, and I'm curious to know your thoughts on the notion of housing as a human right, housing as a fundamental public good, and housing as infrastructure.
Well, it's all of those things, sir, and it's also aspirational. It is about families being able to have self-determination about where they get to live, about where they get to go. I think about my grandparents, both on both sides. Both my grandfathers were in Local 66 unions, and it allowed them to buy a home. That home was passed down to our family. It created opportunities. I sit here as the first person in my family to have a college education because my family was able to leverage their mortgage to be able to pay for college. That is the story of so many, but because of systemic racism, it is not the story for enough. And that is actually what we have to deal with here. And that is the role of public policy. Public policy does not tell kids that if they just get married, that racism will go away. Public policy is removing the actual barriers of racism in the communities that have far too often held people back.
And I have a final question about the Community Reinvestment Act. According to the memo from the Financial Services Committee, 98% of banks pass the CRA exam. Now, I've never been in a classroom where 98% of students passed an exam. And so for me, there were two explanations. Either nearly every bank in America is exceptional, or there's something wrong with the test. And I'm wondering if any of you, particularly Ms. Bailey, feels that there should be CRA reform, and if so, what specific reform should be included?
Indeed, and as we discussed earlier, we need to have a race justice focus in the Community Reinvestment Act. For some weird reason, we've come to think of the CRA as something that shouldn't be explicit about race, but its legislative history and language definitely speaks to ensuring credit access in communities of color. So we need to do that. We also need to see a broad effort across the agencies, the FDIC, the Federal Reserve, and the OCC, working together to coordinate the CRA to make sure resources get into underserved communities and live up to the law's purpose and focus on localized impact of the CRA, which is critical to its success.
Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin's Mr. Stile is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I appreciate your concern on this topic and the ranking member as well. It's been a robust discussion today. As some may know, I served on the University of Wisconsin Board of Regents prior to coming to Congress. Education has I think, a really profound opportunity to make sure that everyone in our country has the opportunity for advancement, but in particular, advancement of Blacks and Hispanics and lower income children. I'd love to just go down through our list of panelists on a scale of 1 to 10. 10, education is really important for the opportunity for children in our country, in particular Blacks and Hispanics. 1, not so important. And I'll just go in the order of the majority committee list here. Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, scale of 1 to 10, the importance of education.
I would say it's 10.
10.
Public
Terrific.
education, well-funded.
No, I only have so much time. You have a robust Twitter feed. I know you'll have the opportunity to comment there when we're done. Mr. Robinson, scale of 1 to 10.
It's a 10, sir.
10. Ms. Bailey.
It's a 10 with the notion that housing determines the quality of opportunities related to education.
I know there's a lot of topics here, and I apologize that I only get 5 minutes. I wish I had more. Mr. Yang, scale of 1 to 10.
Food safety shelter goes first, and then after that, education.
And Mr. Rowe.
10.
10. So what we heard, more or less, 10s across the board. I would agree with you. And we're at a point in time, we're holding this hearing when many of our schools across the country are still closed. And I have real concern about this. This is true in particular in Los Angeles Unified School District, one of our largest school districts in the country, where 80% of the students from the data I have in front of me live in poverty. Or I should say 80% live in poverty, 82% are Black and Hispanic, yet the schools are overwhelmingly closed for in-person learning. The vast majority of their students still face shutouts. from their classroom, and they've been told to try to learn online and at home. And as we know, there's a lot of struggles, in particular for Black and Hispanic families under low-income families. This is difficult. And it shouldn't be as a surprise that as school closures have been found to disproportionately hurt kids in minority income backgrounds, like many of the students at LA Unified. And I worry about the lasting impact and effect that this is going to have on our students. There was a McKinsey study that's projected that school closures can increase the existing achievement gap by 10 to 20%. And I seek unanimous consent to submit this McKinsey study for the record. It's on.
Without
on mute, but I'm
objection.
guessing. Thank you very much, Chairwoman. The same article estimates that school closures increase the likelihood of folks dropping out by up to 9%. And as many of my colleagues have already mentioned, there's a strong relationship between low educational achievement and being unbanked. According to the FDIC, more than a fifth of those without a high school diploma are unbanked, compared to only 8.1% of high school graduates. And if we're concerned about unequal outcome for Black and Hispanic and lower income Americans, as I am, I think we really need to focus on education. And step one should be about reopening our schools. And the science on this is becoming more clear, that we can safely reopen our schools. An article in the Journal of American Medalists, the American Medical Association, said that there's been little evidence that schools have contributed meaningfully to the increased community transmission. The same article noted that the preponderance of available evidence has been reassuring. The New England Journal of Medicine said safely reopening schools full-time for, in particular, elementary school children should be a national top priority. I think we need to get our kids back in the classroom. And I note that we are moments away from voting on a giant spending bill, a $1.9 trillion bill, where out of the funds going to education, only 5% are projected to be spent this year. 0% of those funds are tied to reopening our schools. And as we dive into what I think really is an incredibly important topic, I think it's disappointing that we're not spending more time focusing in on what's before us in the short term that's achievable as a policy opportunity to make sure that we're opening our schools, in particular in our most challenged neighborhoods like Los Angeles. And so I wish I had more time, and I don't. I appreciate everybody's time here, and Ms. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to all of our witnesses, thank you for being here. But before I ask my prepared questions, I just want to make a quick comment. As a former educator, 40 years, a member of the Labor Committee, we've had a lot of talk today about the role in education plays in driving up upward economic mobility. But I believe that education does play an essential role. However, I think we need to be careful about how we discuss the issue. Yes, personal responsibility and hard work are important, but we can't ignore the structural and systemic barriers that exist. This committee cannot legislate personal responsibility, nor can this committee work to dismantle barriers to create opportunities for all. School choice is not a panacea for addressing racial equity and empowering low-income communities. Our public schools are the bedrock of our democracy, and they equitably serve all students. So we should be strengthening and fully, robustly funding our public schools that serve all students. We should be proper stewards of taxpayer funds. And that means that we've got to ensure that our public dollars are producing excellence for all students, and we should make sure that our public schools, which serve all students, are the best option for all students. And we also do have evidence that, or we do not have evidence that unaccountable charter schools produce better outcomes for students. I just wanted to add that, Madam Chair, but let me just, in my district of Charlotte, Mecklenburg, a local news outlet analyzed data from 2018 and 2019 in terms of home mortgage disclosures and found disturbing disparities in mortgage lending. Black individuals were being denied 2 and 3 times more than white applicants. And Madam Chair, I want to submit an article entitled "Largest Lenders Deny Home Loans for Black applicants, up to 3 times more often than whites. I want to enter that into the record. Madam Chair, may I do that?
Without objection, so ordered.
Oh, thank you. And so here's my question. Can each of you share or recommend no more than 1 or 2 ways that Congress should act immediately to help address our persistent issues of lending discrimination? And what are some specific tools, processes, and policies or oversight that need to be implemented to truly level the playing field and empower borrowers of color and ensure fairness and root out discrimination in the lending process? That's to each of you.
I'd start by saying the use of special purpose credit programs. I know I keep going back to them, but they are a tool that really can ignite our economy. They allow lenders to really look at who it is they're serving and to figure out who it is that they're underserving, and then to create special programs to target those underserved communities. Again, the report showed that addressing discrimination, including in the housing market, will add trillions of dollars to our economy, thousands of jobs, and billions of dollars in local tax revenues, which actually strengthens the state of education in communities across the nation.
Great. Another comment? Anyone else?
If I can, I would require PPP loan data to collect race and ethnicity and gender. Right now, I think it's optional, and it just doesn't allow us to evaluate the program and where we're seeing potential discrimination. And on that point, 1071 data to move that along quicker with the CFPB to allow for that collection across the board for small business loans and to make that public. Thank you.
I would add accountability and transparency of data across the board, and then real accountability in terms of the rules when folks violate it, when institutions violate it. Right now, they can write it off. And then we should forgive student debt. Forgiving student debt would be a force multiplier for Black, Latinx, people of color in this country. It would be a racial justice win.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Just to back.
And I would support, as I've mentioned before, means-tested baby bonds immediately, because millions of low-income parents, one of the most important things that they're concerned about are how are their children going to have opportunities that they may not have had for themselves. And knowing that if I have a child, over time, they will be able to have, again, depending on the market, $50,000 to $70,000 of income that could be used for education, tuition, purchasing a home, starting a business. Those are the kinds of things that fundamentally change the dynamic for low-income families today.
Very briefly, to put a finer point of data to ensure that that data is disaggregated so it includes the Asian American community and the different components of that.
Great, thank you. I'm out of time. Mr. Chair, you're back.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters and Ranking Member McHenry. I also want to thank our witnesses for taking time to be with us today. Throughout the pandemic, we faced not only a coin shortage, but businesses were refusing increasingly to accept cash as a form of payment at an alarming rate, leaving many consumers unable to purchase necessities. Cashless policies disproportionately harm seniors, minorities, immigrants, low-income populations, and working-class communities. I believe that all consumers should have the freedom to choose to pay with cash at grocery stores, restaurants, businesses, or anywhere they choose. Last Congress, I, along with several other members of this committee, co-sponsored the Payment Choice Act introduced by Representative Payne, which would require merchants to accept cash. I believe this legislation is critical because parts of the country in both rural and urban areas are more dependent on a cash economy. Mr. Rowe, can you discuss the importance of access to a cash economy to the underbanked communities across the country?
Yeah, I mean, that's an example of an intervention that penalizes poverty. So I think the idea that you would restrict a business would restrict someone for the ability to actually engage in commerce, to desire to pay for the product because they have to pay in cash is a policy that I would not support. That penalizes the poor in a way that pushes them back even more.
Thank you. In Tennessee's 6th Congressional District, which I represent, 12.9% of total occupied housing units are manufactured homes. Manufactured housing is the most affordable home ownership option available nationwide for minorities, underserved and low-income borrowers. According to the U.S. Census data, 90% of new homes under $75,000 are manufactured housing. Congress has passed legislation directing Housing and Urban Development to require localities to include manufactured housing as part of their comprehensive housing affordability strategies and community development plans. This legislation was also intended to increase the use of community development block grants and HUD home grant funds for manufactured housing, and to ensure manufactured housing is included in federally funded state and local affordable housing initiatives. Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, do you agree that manufactured housing should be considered as communities develop strategies to address their affordable housing challenges?
Yes, thank you for that question. I do agree. I think it's an important part of fair housing and serves often rural communities. And so we should ensure that there aren't any local barriers to producing manufactured housing, and hope that this is something that can continue to be supported by the committee.
Thank you. For those that are unbanked, it can be difficult, if not impossible, to obtain a credit score, which can be used in employment decisions and, of course, to get a loan. Mr. Rowe, will including alternative data sources such as rent, utility, and cell phone payments into credit scoring models increase predictive value of underwriting for low-income and minority borrowers?
I'm not an expert on the issue, but I think that it would. And again, let me just reiterate that, you know, we obviously need policies that support people who are unbanked. But if one of the primary causal reasons that they're unbanked is that they're not graduating from high school or they're undereducated, let's stop focusing solely on the symptoms, which we need to, but spend more time being innovative. How do we get more low-income communities to be graduating not just high school, but having post-secondary success as well?
If I may jump in on that answer, I just want to just stress one point. We know that predatory products actually push people outside of the banking center and the banking system. And we need to make sure that the innovation that we're talking about is not the kind that really adds on excessive fees and have dangerous practices associated with them. We actually need sustainable, responsible, innovative products that actually adhere to our fair lending laws, but also to our state and our local consumer protection provisions, which are critical to helping communities keep their hard-earned savings and not being depleted of their wealth from abusive practices.
Thank you. I see that my time has expired and I yield back.
The generator from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for being here. And I think many of you have been talking about investing in people and having government be about people. And I think that's critically important in this real conversation. And I'm looking forward to helping fund opening up schools safely. So I hope my colleagues that are being genuine about wanting to open up our schools will vote for this package on the House floor right now. I want all of you to know, in 2019, the home ownership rate of Black Americans dropped to its lowest level since the Fair Housing Law was enacted in 1968. Just remember that for one moment. Not only that, like firsthand in Michigan, we saw the more Black homeownership drop. We lost more Black homeownership than any other state in the country over the last 2 decades. And so when I see programs or policies like the Community Reinvestment Act, which was enacted in 1977 with the intent of ending redlining because the private sector continued to discriminate. It's clear, though, as we see these numbers in these rates, again, among many of our communities of color drop, that race-neutral CRA isn't fully, fulfilling its promise. So when commercial banks, or I call them for-profit banks, shut out Black and brown people from lending, they're not just closing the door on home ownership, they're actually closing the door on savings for our child's education, the opportunity to build a business, and the ability to truly be able to thrive with human dignity in our country. And so, Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, I want to thank you so much for your courage to standing up and talking about the importance of public banking. And you testified about the importance of that. And so my question to you is, in tandem to really important CRA reforms, how would you see these proposals helping communities like mine progress towards homeownership and building wealth? This is for Ms. Gonzalez-Brito. She's still with us, Chairman?
She is.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can now.
Okay.
So the question is, I think Paulina, you talked really sincerely about the importance of public banking. And I wanted to talk about, even beyond home ownership, how can that really truly build wealth, and really give you some time to talk about that in length.
Yeah, I think what we're talking about here, and I appreciate the question, thank you so much, is the ability to do consumer banking, the ability to invest in communities in ways that banks have not done that. We're talking about, banks that are not in our communities and that have shown no interest in. We had to sue a bank for redlining in Los Angeles. They literally had a donut around communities of color. So they had branches all around except in our communities. And so that meant that they weren't investing in our communities. They weren't doing affordable housing in our communities. We had no opportunity to actually have be able to bank in those communities because we didn't see them. And so if you can do public banking through a local municipality, through the state, have a state public bank, then you have the government invested in the communities that they actually are responsible for, instead of a commercial bank that actually is only there for profit and doesn't see us as profitable. I sat at the table with a banker once who said to me, well, but we can't make money off Latinos, right? And so that's the situation that we're faced with, and that public banking and a government that actually is responsible and invested in us can begin to solve.
I've introduced the Restoring Communities Left Behind Act, and I would ask everybody on the panel, really take a look at this. This is about government taking the role, right, of really trying to reverse decades of discriminatory policy and turn home ownership from possibility to actual reality for so many of our communities. It's $5 billion, and Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur and I have been working on this, particularly because we know that the private sector is just not going to move towards that direction. We continue to see it in our communities in Toledo and communities in Detroit and in the surrounding neighborhoods. And so, Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, how will rehabbing, because part of this bill is also sustaining our current housing, and that's been a huge issue, as you know, in our communities. How will rehabbing existing housing and reinvesting in our communities empower the people that myself and many others on this committee represent, who traditionally face discrimination in the housing market?
What we're seeing in California, for instance, oh, sorry.
If she can, Chairman, if she can finish answering the question, I really would appreciate that.
What we're seeing in California is a real disinvestment in housing and having to compete with corporations, Wall Street corporations, for housing. So to have investment from a public bank to be able to rehab destabilized housing, to be able to invest in affordable housing that we can actually afford to live in, changes communities and allows us to compete then with corporations that have been destabilizing and pushing us out for quite some time now.
No, thank you so much.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you to both the chair and the vice chair, and I thank our witnesses for being here. We all say that diversity is our strength, so I'm glad we are talking about the need to recognize that strength and also promote it. We have to work to ensure and empower that minority communities are corrected from the injustices they have suffered in the financial system, in the housing market, et cetera. Mr. Robinson, I was really interested in what you wrote and what you said in your testimony. You pointed directly to discrimination that Black and Latinx business owners faced when trying to access PPP loans and other COVID relief. You said early on, you said that banks in some cases moved favorite borrowers to the front of the line, disadvantaging small businesses of color. Can you be a little more specific on that? And then I'm going to ask you a follow-up to that question.
So a little more specific about that is that we heard and we saw in the data sort of widespread sort of ways in which even when Black and Latinx businesses had relationships with big banks where the money was moved through, they were sort of deprioritized, maybe for bank businesses that had longer relationships, maybe for businesses that had other types of relationships with that bank. What it essentially meant was that tax dollars flowed into communities, but then were not distributed in a way that had any equity baked in. So in essence, this was not about giving Black and Latinx businesses a leg up. What essentially happened was white businesses were being subsidized by Black and Latino communities, and Black and Latino communities were being left out. That was the result, and it all happened because of the design of a piece of legislation that moved money through institutions which from their very beginning have excluded us. Like I said earlier, it's not that Black and Latinos are less likely to get a loan from the bank, it's that banks are less likely to give loans to Latinos and Black folks. And as a result, we end up with the results we see.
Well, thank you for that. And I would ask if you have specific data on that. I know that this committee, as well as the oversight committees, would be very interested in that. I also have spoken with lenders who were very mindful of that. So I'm certain it wasn't all lenders, but I see what you're saying is built into the system.
I included in my testimony in the appendix some surveys and polling that we did that has some statistical significant data really highlighting the problems for Black and Latinx businesses in getting loans.
I wanted to thank you for that. I wanted to point out legislation that I introduced that I think would get at that, as well as other problems within the PPP program. I introduced and will reintroduce the Restore America's Main Street Act to provide unrestricted direct cash relief to the smallest of businesses through a small business rebate check. So not through an application process and also not tethered to payroll. Direct liquidity to the smallest of borrowers. I'm wondering if you've had a chance to take a look at that legislation. Others have introduced similar pieces. There's another measure in the Senate. Mine is called Restore America's Main Street, direct cash liquidity. Have you had a chance to take a look at that? And wouldn't that kind of a measure, direct cash check, alleviate and make neutral the minority-owned businesses?
I haven't had a chance to look at the specific legislation. I look forward to it. I do know that getting to the smallest of businesses will be very important to dealing with the equity issues, especially given sort of the rates of sort of single sort of employee relationship that Black and Latinx women-owned businesses, which are some of the fastest growing businesses in our country, sort of how they're situated.
Terrific, thank you. And Ms. Bailey, if I could go to you, I thank you too for your testimony. I was taking a look at the numbers in Pennsylvania. I'm from Pennsylvania. According to Black Knight's monthly mortgage monitor, as of January of this year, 71,000 homeowners in Pennsylvania were 90 plus days delinquent, compared to 1 year ago, 19,000 homeowners in Pennsylvania who were 90 plus days delinquent at the beginning, just prior to the pandemic. I'm wondering, with the current forbearance on foreclosures, what do you foresee in terms of, I'm worried about a very large foreclosure rate. I know my colleague, Ms. Presley, was talking and recalling the recession of 2008 and what that did to home ownership among people of color. So can you talk a little bit about what you see as the possibility of foreclosures coming, sadly, in our future?
Absolutely, and I have to share that the Homeownership Assistance Fund that this committee just supported for passage in the American Rescue Plan is going to go a great long way. That $10 billion that has been targeted to help address those exact types of potential foreclosures that may happen as a result of low-wage workers being pushed outside of the marketplace.
Super, thank you very much. I see my time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've heard, before I get getting into my line of questioning, we've heard a little bit, a couple of myths, I think, advanced or over the course of this hearing. And I wanted to dispense with them very quickly. First is this idea that education is the solution to a wealth gap. While I appreciate the emphasis on education and it is something that is incredibly important, we know for a fact that that is not the solution to our wealth gap here in the United States. In fact, there's a Demos study that shows that white high school dropouts in the United States are wealthier on average than Black and Latino college graduates. And if any of my colleagues want to call any of that into question, I'm happy to submit that study to the record. But that's because what wealth in America is largely predicated on is generational wealth, housing, New Deal investments that created redlining policies that prevented Black, Native, Latino Americans from buying into this American dream that was created in part with public policy. And that injustice translated into a wealth gap that is inherited generation by generation. And so we cannot talk about education as a cure to Jim Crow when it's not Black, brown, Native people that need to be educated out of a wealth gap. Policy created this, policy needs to solve it. Now that brings me to a second point where Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, earlier in this hearing, you were kind of jumped on the issue of postal banking. And there was a member that asked you, where has this been successful? Where has this been successful? Well, I have an example. How about the United States? Isn't that right, Ms. Gonzalez-Brito? The United States had a successful postal banking system for about 50 years, didn't we? Oh, sorry, you're still muted. In fact, we had it until about 1966, correct?
Yeah.
And it was designed to help lower income people, small saving accounts, not people with tens and thousands of dollars at their disposal, but just a place to park your money where you're not going to get knocked with a $25 fee every month, right?
That's right.
In fact, it was so successful that the United States postal banking system, our public option in our postal banking system, took up about 10% of the consumer banking market at its peak. It was so popular among the American people of all parties. Isn't that right, Ms. Gonzalez?
That's right. That's right, Congresswoman.
So I'm happy to submit some of that to the record as well, if my colleagues need a little bit of studying in our history, our rich and beautiful history in postal banking in the United States. But I will move on to my question. I wanted to talk a little bit about how private equity groups are gobbling up our housing supply in the United States. So we can build as much as we want, but when they're gobbled up by the 1%, we still can't afford rent. People still can't buy their home. So I was wondering if you could just explain a little bit in the post-recession how we had people got wiped out in foreclosures, and then these corporate groups, like for example, Invitation Homes, which happens to be the country's largest rental homeowner, scoops up this supply in Black and Latino neighborhoods to translate that wealth gap inherited from redlining and translating it into our market today. So I'm sorry you only have a minute, but that's what we've got.
Is that for me, Congresswoman?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. This is the corporate landlords that we're talking about. This is Wall Street that has gobbled up our homes and now owns our communities and doesn't allow first-time home buyers to come in. And so our good friends at ACRE have put together a great report on this and have put together the amount of money that these companies, these corporations are now amassing to do the same thing during this pandemic. So the numbers look like this. Invitation Homes has put together a joint venture. They've amassed more than $1 billion for a house hunt that they're now going to be embarking on. And they have bought up more than $200 million of homes already per quarter since the pandemic started. So they are on it. And that real estate investment funds have amassed over $142 billion to spend on pandemic distressed real estate. Those are homes, those are small businesses that are family owned and that are going to be gone unless we do something about it. And what we can do is ensure that banks, if something is foreclosed upon, turn it over to community land trust, turn it over to affordable housing developers so that we keep those properties in community owned hands.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member of the committee for convening this hearing. Financial equity is, of course, an urgent issue for communities like mine in Chicago. I represent a working class, predominantly Latino district. My parents moved to the neighborhood over 50 years ago. I'm still there in the barrio. This pandemic has been, of course, very hard on my community, but things weren't easy before. The fact is that with my constituents, they need the same things that every neighborhood needs. They want good jobs with a living wage. They need a safe home they can afford, and they need affordable housing with good access to public transportation. What they don't need is a shady loan with sky-high interest rates they can't pay back. And they certainly don't need a brand new luxury condo complex next to the train that they could never afford. So when we talk about access, I want to be specific about what it is we're trying to access. So a question for Ms. Bailey. The Illinois General Assembly passed a bill earlier this year to put a 36% interest cap on loans in my state. If the bill becomes law, my state will be the 18th state to do that. Last Congress, I introduced the Veterans and Consumers Fair Credit Act to create a 36% interest cap nationwide. I plan to reintroduce the bill soon. Ms. Bailey, do you think that working class communities like mine benefit from laws that prevent high interest loans?
Yes, they actually do. And communities really need to be protected from what we're calling predatory inclusion, where people are pulled into the system to get abusive loans that actually rob them of their hard-earned savings and wealth. So yes, and absolutely.
Great, thank you so much. Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, in your testimony, you talked about how lenders aggressively pursue clients who have trouble paying their loans, even suing them in the middle of the pandemic. What do you hope to see from the Biden administration regulators to protect clients, and what can Congress do to fix it?
Thank you so much for this question, Representative. We are seeing, and especially we need to think about when we talk about providing credit and capital in our communities, that it's good capital and that we're not seeing predatory practices, especially both on the loan itself and then on the debt collection side. And when we're seeing, I want to give a specific example, Opportune makes loans to Latino and Latino immigrant communities in specific, and they pride themselves on that. And they're what we found was that they are actually in Texas, in Florida, and in California with high populations of Latinos, like my family, like your family, Congressman. And neighbors, what they're doing then on the back end is suing in order to collect the loans in small claims court, where a borrower can't even take an attorney, a legal aid attorney, to help defend them. And they are suing. ProPublica published an article where in Texas there were 47,000 lawsuits filed. Similarly, in California, tens of thousands of lawsuits filed, many of these during the pandemic. And so people were being dragged into court in order to, at a time when they were losing their jobs. And so what we need to really focus on is who are these lenders? How is Opportune getting away with this and calling themselves a responsible lender? The CFPB is currently investigating them, and we really want to commend the Biden administration for their strong stance on debt collection through the CFPB, and we wanted to continue to see these types of actions against predatory lenders.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Gonzalez-Brito. Just forewarn you, I'm going to be following up with you offline
Wonderful.
to compare notes on many of these community development issues. Thank you so much.
I look
And
forward
thank
to
you
it.
to all the witnesses. Gracias.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this critical hearing. It's a member of the Subcommittee of Diversity and Inclusion. I know how important this topic is, and I think it's great that we're doing it at the full committee level so that we can all benefit from all the great information. I wanted to start with Ms. Gonzalez-Brito. You told Representative Tlaib that a banker told you directly that they can't make money from the Hispanic community, and that is why our community isn't served. The only thing shocking about this is not that the banker would say it, but that he would say it out loud and not just the hush hush. Because you know how it is. We know there's discrimination. It's just more quiet and more subtle, right?
That's right.
So obviously increasing the diversity of the financial sector, the Fed, the home loan banks, the corporate boardrooms, all of it, helps reduce that type of thinking and fosters more openness and more tolerance and more working together as neighbors. But what else can we do? Because we just can't wait for bankers to start changing their tune. We can't, give them a B12 shot. We can't give them more vitamins. I mean, what do we do to change the way they handle business?
Well, I think there's something, first of all, I do want to say representation matters. It absolutely matters. But representation alone is not going to solve the problem. That, anti-Blackness, white supremacy, all of this is held up by policies, practices, and ideology, right? And so we need to be able to really take that on head on and be able to start to dismantle that through policies, practices, and ideology. And so we need to be able to, through your work in the committee, through your work in Congress, policies matter, and really innovative policies that are going to be able to move the needle. Enforcement, so policies with enforcement, canceling student debt, that does matter. I bought a home, but I bought a home. I'm 47 years old. I'm not afraid to say that. I'm proud of my years, but I wasn't able to buy a home till 2 years ago. And I took on a lot of debt to do it. And I don't know if I'll be able to retire and still pay my loan, my mortgage, right?
We hope we can, and we hope
I can
help
too.
you get there.
But that's the reality of our communities, right? And so, yeah.
Just because I've only got about 2 more minutes left, you mentioned something that caught my ear in your testimony. You talked about an equity racial audit that all banks should go through and all lending institutions. What exactly you're talking about? And if you could be brief, because I have one more question and I want to ask Mr.
Sorry, I talk a lot. Yes, but this is actually Color of Change. Our friends at SEIU, ACRE are working on this project or on this idea that banks should be monitored, and this should actually be enforced. It can be a part of CRA. Are banks, are they discriminating? Are they hiring their diversity practices? We should look at whether they're actually financing white supremacists. Are they working with white supremacist organizations? So there's a whole host of areas that we can evaluate banks. And we actually, after January 6th, began to think about sedition audits as well. And so this is a way that we can evaluate banks and their business practices, but really, how are they serving and lending and investing to Black, Indigenous, and people of color?
Right, well, like my compadre, Representative Garcia of Illinois, I may follow up with you on some of these questions.
Thank you.
And Mr. Yang, I wanted to ask you quickly. You said in your written testimony, you talk about the limited English proficiency barriers, the language barriers, the lack of information in the language of the person seeking the loan or seeking access. What more can we do to help that? That's a big concern of mine with regard to Spanish-speaking communities.
Absolutely, and thank you very much for that question. It's including language, whether it's in a report or in bill text, that includes an allocation of funding for translations, an allocation of funding to be directed to the community to get out the word, whether it's ethnic media or the like, to ensure that people understand, people have the materials that they need to understand whether it's PPP or other, vaccine rollout, all of these pieces to make sure that we're not leaving limited English proficient communities behind in the relief efforts, in these health and safety efforts.
Well, thank you. And I see I've got 1 second. Next, I'll yield back.
Thank you so very much. The gentleman from Georgia, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Williams, you're now on. She's not there, not on. Okay, if she's not on the platform, I'm going to go to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss. You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you to all for testifying today as part of this committee's ongoing effort to close the wealth gap in this country, both across lines of income and across lines of race. Housing prices are a critical issue in my district. In the northern part of my district, median home prices are above $1 million. In the southern part of my district, they are a fifth of that. And while there is incredibly important work to do at the local, state, and federal level to liberalize zoning laws that allow for more housing construction, as well as provide for the public financing of Section 8 and publicly owned housing, I think we also need to address the fact that the housing industry has not become more efficient in the production of housing over the last 70 years. Unlike other industries, whether aerospace or agronomy, that have seen dramatic increases due to R&D in the cost per unit of production, housing has stayed relatively stagnant. Each housing development is done as a snowflake project where services are contracted for and rendered on that site as part of a bespoke process. And there's really no incentive nor any investment in R&D because of that. Fortunately, that does seem to be changing. I know of at least 2 companies operating on the West Coast that are implementing vertically integrated production of housing and are seeing results. They're seeing cost per key production of a fifth of what the going rate currently has been. And so I want to direct this question to Ms. Bailey, but others should feel welcome to jump in briefly. What can the federal and state governments do to create the incentives for innovation in lowering the cost per key for high quality, sustainable housing production in the private sector?
Thank you for the question. So I think you're absolutely right that we're struggling with creating additional affordable housing stock. So there is some legislation that's being sponsored to really foster and push forward increased efforts around affordable housing stock. So that's one of the key things that we need to do. We also need to do more to spur access to small balance mortgage loans, because that's something that we are not seeing. And we're seeing have a real negative impact on the marketplace overall. When you look at whole cities like Detroit, for instance, those cities are credit starved. It's not just individual neighborhoods, it's an entire city, and in some instances, parts of entire regions that are credit starved and struggling to get the kind of access to the kind of credit that they need. And then once again, this is where those special purpose loan credit programs factor in. Those loans can be designed to really help those underserved borrowers actually get into communities. Another thing that we could see is that our GSEs are woefully underperforming on their affordable housing goals and their affordable housing goal requirements. So we could see the FHFA really increase those goals and pay particular attention to those goals to really help stress for them the need for the kind of innovative products that you talked about earlier, and really facilitate for them the creation and the space for those innovation products to be adopted. Things like shared equity appreciation mortgages and other very innovative things that are designed with the community in mind, but not designed with exploitation at the center and at the root. Practices that are going to comply with our fair lending laws and comply with our consumer protection laws, and really help bring in those communities that have been long denied access and opportunity.
I appreciate those comments, and I absolutely hear you about the need for better access to credit, especially for would-be homeowners. There's also, there's a tremendous amount of capital that wants to go to work in the private sector to build housing. I think the housing market is not working, and yet the housing industry is in some ways flourishing, and that disjunction is deeply concerning to me because the housing industry is not investing in the R&D that would make the housing market work better. And I wonder if there are criteria that need to be put in to any federal or state funding for new housing developments that require certain efficiencies to be gained over time, or that the cost per key is declining over time. And if you've seen that yet in any nonprofits that are working with housing developers.
I think we have to be honest about what's going on in the housing sector. We actually see a real constriction around the quality of credit and who can get access to loans. That's part of the fundamental issue here. We see that the industry itself has really stepped away from home ownership, that most of the lenders in the marketplace today are not even our nation's largest banks. So we need to do more to really encourage them to step back in and to consider some of those opportunities that they need to be taken advantage of. So I think those are the places that we would start to just really get lenders into making mortgages. And then the Federal Reserve is investing about $40 billion in mortgage-backed securities during this time. So we need to see some rate refinances for low-wealth consumers.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for joining us today. Financial services unlock prosperity, but not everyone has the same key. People of color continue to have a harder time obtaining fair housing, getting the capital needed to start a business, and accessing banking and investment services. Our discussion today is an important step toward unlocking these benefits for everyone. Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, I'd like to start with
Raise a question?
Did I lose sound?
Did the gentlewoman raise a question? Ms. Williams? Ms. Williams? Ms. Williams?
Hello.
Are you there, Ms. Williams? Hello, can you hear us?
Here. Yes.
Okay, very good. We're going to roll the clock back so you have your correct amount of time. Can we roll the clock back? If not, we'll move forward and just let it go over. Please proceed. Oh, there you are. Go right ahead. Ms. Williams, can you hear me? She can't. What's the problem? Can you hear me, Ms. Williams? No. So what do we do? You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, please, we're going to roll the clock back one more time so you'll have all of your time. Please roll the clock back.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Now, please start now.
Thank
you. Please go right ahead.
In your testimony, one of your recommendations was strengthening protections against evictions during COVID-19. What can HUD do to leverage the Fair Housing Act to stop the epidemic of evictions of people of color?
I think there needs to be one, in terms of HUD, I'll give it 1 second, but in terms of the CDC, the moratorium needs to be strengthened. There's continues to be evictions despite the moratorium, and so that's one thing that needs to happen. In terms of HUD, I think there's too many loopholes, and there needs to be continued enforcement of evictions and eviction protections.
So to follow on that for Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, what would it mean for tenants to have a go-to in the federal government to report any illegal or predatory housing practices, including violations of the eviction moratorium? If more specific staff and resources were dedicated to enforcing tenant protection and investigating for racial justice in housing.
Yeah. Actually, I'd like to add one more thing to what HUD can do, if I may. We need more, HUD housing counseling and resources for that. We heard earlier from Mr. Robinson about resources being one of the solutions. So we need HUD counseling services for tenants and legal services as well. We need more money for legal services, legal aid, so that people have lawyers with them when they have to go into court. And then if fair housing counselors can investigate discrimination that in communities themselves, it's another way in which tenants can be protected. If we have these kinds of resources, what that means is that people actually can defend themselves and potentially actually stay in their homes. We're in the middle of a pandemic, it's stay-at-home orders, and people, when they hear stay at home and they're facing housing insecurity, that not only impacts, their ability to be safe in the middle of a pandemic, but it impacts mental health. It impacts children. If we're talking about education and education being a pathway, we're talking about kids who may not even have a place if they have to learn from home. They might not have a home to learn from, on top of the mental health anguish and anxiety that comes from having housing insecurity.
Thank you. Fair housing, as we know, is critical to unlocking prosperity for people of color, but we also must ensure fairness in how people of color can generate wealth in their work. Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, in your testimony, you recommended that we do more to facilitate small business ownership by people of color, and you cited access to capital as a barrier that they face. Would it help if there were staff and resources within the federal government dedicated specifically to coordinating programs that help underserved entrepreneurs access capital?
Absolutely. I think access to capital is one of the, if not the greatest barrier to small businesses owned by Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And on this, I would say that, banks are not providing the capital. They're not making the loans under, $100,000 that many of our small businesses need. And often this is an area where it's a fair lending issue. And so we need the data to be able to really understand what banks are doing. And so we need the CFPB to staff up on this issue. We need the enforcement arms to be able to really look at the data and then see where there's discrimination happening. And as Ms. Bailey said earlier, the special credit programs can actually help solve this issue. So we need resources in that way as well, so we can target lending to communities that have been historically denied these opportunities. That's Black and Latinx communities, Asian American communities. And we need to, I just want to underline what Mr. Yang said earlier around disaggregating that data. Are banks lending to Cambodian communities? Are they lending to Hmong communities? We don't know that unless we have that data and it's disaggregated, and we urge Congress to urge the CFPB to disaggregate that data and make it public so that we know, and then we can be active in enforcing the discrimination as well, and coming to Congress and coming to the enforcement agencies to ask for help.
Thank you so much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Have all members been heard? If so, before closing, I have a number of statements to enter into the record. Without objection, the statements from the following organizations will be made part of the record: the Americans for Financial Reform, the Appraisal Institute, the California Association of Realtors, the Financial Services Forum, Liberation in a Generation, the National Bankers Association, the National Council of Asian Pacific Americans, Prosperity Now, the Real Estate Valuation Advocacy Association, and Reverend Al Sharpton. Without objection, it is so ordered. I'd like to take this moment to thank all of our very distinguished witnesses for their testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you are able. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. With that, thank you so much, and this hearing is adjourned.